So our business model changed slightly since we were not able to work in productions with a lot of people. We weren't able to, shoot these photo shoots and films and videos and commercials that we were a part of. We decided to focus mostly on things that can be done at home. So we did a lot of these virtual workshops for people. We did a lot of consultations. So most of our work was online consultations through phone, through Zoom. And we also focused on the graphic and branding side of things. So we did a lot of graphic design projects. We did a lot of branding because honestly, that did not require us to leave our homes. We could have worked from our home offices. And so it's been a great opportunity, to be honest, to even find a different way to define the business during that time. And then when the country opened up and we were able to move around again, we went full force with working in productions back to back to sort of bring back our name in there. Another thing I'd like to add, I'm very passionate about slow fashion and the sustainable fashion industry. I'm an advocate and a researcher when it comes to secondhand markets, which are huge all across the continent. And so part of what we do with our work is always be conscious of the materials that we use. So example, when it comes to production, the clothing that we use in styling, we make sure to reuse that one way or another. The props that we use for our productions, the decor, the sets that we use, we dismantle them after we're done. And then we try to reimagine them again. And we always try to use locally sourced products because the whole idea is to be less wasteful. So I've managed to mix my passion and my research in terms of the fashion industry into this business as well, while I run my other responsibilities within, the slow fashion community.
Amazing, amazing. I have a bit of a creative background, and I was just listening and thinking, actually, what is storytelling in the era of COVID? And how do we make fashion sustainable in Africa, especially, and I love that you look at the secondhand clothes markets as an opportunity. I love markets. You're African, you love markets. So I'm really impressed. Well done. And thank you so much for sharing your story with us. It was an honor to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I would now like to invite Sunday Silungwe Jr. Sunday is a co-founder and marketing director of Good Nature Agro, which is a Zambian company. He has a flair for innovation, and he has experience training people and has worked with Haifa International and Stanford Seed. And he leads the growth of Good Nature's brand in product sales as an organization. Having just spent an hour with us, with a young entrepreneur before we joined this call talking about sales and how important it is for your business, it's very impressive to see this kind of resume, Sunday. And I invite you to tell us a lot more about Good Nature Agro.
Hey, sounds good. I can't seem to have my camera working. I don't know if you can just let my other device in, then I can see if that works.
Okay.
Otherwise,
we're going to work on that.
Fantastic. Let me just try to turn this on and see if I can have a double. Hey, is that working? I hope it is. I think it is. I can see myself. So audio is on one device and video is on another. You learn about technologies every day in this COVID era. I'm working from home, as you can see. Agriculture actually needs us to be in the ground and doing all of that. But we've now started to learn with this new normal and working in various places. Anyway, my name is Sunday Silungwe, and one of the co-founders at Good Nature Agro. And Good Nature Agro is a social enterprise that works with small-scale farmers to basically move them from poverty and into the middle class. So we've been working our 7th birthday, and we're celebrating it with our small-scale farmers. And it's something that makes me proud because it's something that was born out of passion. So as introduced, I'm the director of marketing, but also the co-founder. I have 2 other partners, both of them American, but have actually also a vision of working with African small-scale farmers, and we share that in passion. So my background is actually development oriented. I'm a development economist by qualification, and I draw my passion from my father, whose picture I have right here. This man is an agronomist who ended up getting into academia. Fortunately, we lost him to COVID in January this year. But this is the person that inspired me to get into agriculture. So in our growing up, he always made sure that we had a chance to be part and parcel of his agriculture works. He worked in extension and made sure that farmers are trained what's happening in the agriculture sector and the trends that were being done. I grew up in a rural community here in Zambia, multiple towns to be specific. But one of the things that I always saw was the injustices that the people that feed us are going through. You will realize that scale farmers in Africa and I think all over the world, farmers to be specific, are the people that feed us. If you've had breakfast, if you had lunch today, anything that you've eaten, it's probably a farmer that grew it. But in a country like mine, and I guess it's the same similar picture in the southern region and most parts of Africa, you realize that these are actually the poorest of the poor. So in Zambia, we had a lot of problems that we were facing, and at the time, 7 years ago, tracking back to how this business was founded, we were actually trying to solve for one problem, and that problem was actually storage and how farmers could actually add value to their crops. So we worked with small-scale technologies. We introduced the PIX bags, which was not our invention, but it's something that's used in the world. It's a hermetic storage bag where you can put crops in to be kept away from being destroyed by weevils and other crops, including moisture, and other pests, including moisture as well. So we added about 74 other products to that catalog, pumps, you name it. But we actually hit reality in the start because we went to the farmers and provided all these solutions so that they could get to serve their products and a little bit more. But the farmers' problem was not that. So we realized that the farmers actually lacked training. They lacked access to financing for the crops that they were growing. So they were mostly growing maize. It wasn't diversified plate and field. And lastly, they had no market. So it was either if they're growing maize, they were only looking at two markets. One, it was to the government that provided most of the inputs and subsidy, or they were going to sell it to the briefcase buyers who were there with predatory prices. So they were not going to pay the farmers what they really accorded. So we had to make a hard decision to start looking at what the farmers were growing. And we basically introduced our survey into legumes, and legumes are what has made Good Nature present today. So basically, we work with these small-scale farmers in groups of 40 identified, and then they select one trainer for themselves. So it's impacting that training problem I talked about. And then once these farmers are entrusted with the trainings, they can also be entrusted with the loan because we've built the trust. So the financing comes in. So in this case, we give them each legume that they're given, for every kilogram that they grow, they pay back 2.5 kilograms. They pay back in kind, which means the crop that they produce, so that they can also avoid paying with cash. You realize that most of the rural farmers don't have liquid, so they easily pay with cash. Crop is their cash. So they pay with crop. So then the last bit that we have is that everything that is produced in excess is bought by Good Nature at a premium. Now, with this model, we realized that there was a big problem, and the problem ended us in basically brought us into pivoting. And now we have a business that does not only look at the small-scale farmers, but it looks at all the farmers across the value chain. So Good Nature Agro, as a business, now looks at the end markets. So we look at producers that are producing, for example, beans, canned beans, confectionery stuff, like groundnuts that go into the chocolates or anything like that. We basically ask what they need, and then we work backwards to produce those quantities. So we breed first for the varieties they need. we multiply it with our farmers, and then we multiply it further with groups that are interested in working with us, making the model more scalable. And that's why it has crossed into places like Malawi and prospecting for Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and Botswana. And then once those are bulked up, we supply to those end markets. So we basically connect the full things. So there's a seed company which produces the breeds, maintains the breeds, and makes sure that those are multiplied through our model. And then from that model, we've basically noticed that, from the start when we had only 40 farmers, now we can scale to about 15,000 this year, and we're looking to scale a little bit more in the years to come. So our model has been interesting. It has taught us a lot. It has taught us a lot about how we should be really realistic about working with people. From a group of 3 founders now, we just crossed the 100 mark a few days ago. And we looked at the percentage of people that are working with us, and it's something that's really interesting. So teams are very important when you are looking at growth. Vision is also very important, and making sure that it's inculcated into the business. Then with the changing times, with the pandemic and all other things, you also have to be built for basically fragility. In this way, you might need to pivot. So, for example, like right now, from the start of this presentation, I said I'm working from home. I love to be in the field. I love to get dirty. But times call that on a day like today, I should be in the office, and I'm disciplined to be here. But part of my team is also in the field and working, and then we swap next day. So that has changed the way we do business. We have slowed down a little bit, but we are making sure that the impact is felt. So for me, something that keeps me happy every time is when I see families that are gaining and earning from this process of build. Farmers are earning more than they thought. With the monocrop of maize, we're earning $115 on a field and a hectare. Now they're earning about $600 with the legumes that we're doing. And it's changing lives. They're affording health. They're taking their kids to school. They're buying some of the living goods that we're looking forward to. So with the dream that was started from a person like my dad, I'm going to hold this picture one more time. He died a doctor. He graduated in 2019 from just getting an average agriculture diploma with a lot of emphasis on seeing how to lead extension and seeing how I can grow this model from this. So it pays a lot of due respect to the start, how you make sure that you bring on the team to make sure that this grows. So thank you so much. I'll end right there.
Sunday, thank you. Thank you for sharing this story. And listening to you, I was reminded of one of the insights I have about being an entrepreneur in Africa, which is when you start solving for one problem, you find yourself solving for multiple problems. So you start with this one thing, but then, you have to build more things, and you keep adding modules. And entrepreneurship in Africa is not just about solving the one problem that you started out with as a business idea, but about building an entire system around this one thing so that success can then finally be achieved. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank all the speakers, especially for taking time to join us, and some of them despite technology challenges. As we started in the morning, I did mention that technology is not always our friend. And so we should be patient if people have challenges joining. And I'm sure that there's a team working very tirelessly behind the screens to make sure that all the technical challenges that we're facing are solved. I also want to thank the audience for being with us, for being patient, and for listening. I specifically want to pick out a few people to thank personally. The band, the music was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hans, thank you for kicking us off on such a high note and for even having the whole idea to have this event. It has been inspiring. Robert and Lamia, thank you for all the insights on the initiatives that are taking place in Eastern Africa. Walter and Pap, thank you for sharing the power of collaborative and inclusive entrepreneurship. Brian and Flavia, thank you for giving us insights on the Eastern Africa context. And very important and very impressive, Tafadzwa, Rebecca, Michael, Hadil, and Sunday. Thank you. Your stories were inspirational. They were stories of courage, stories of resilience, stories of innovation. In the face of overwhelming challenges, I think we just had a great, wonderful morning session where we heard from several hummingbirds. Thank you all. After this session, I think we're about ready to close this session. So when I finish speaking, we're closing this session and we have a short break. And we resume with the high noon talks. And I just want to make sure that I get the time right so I don't mislead anyone. The high noon talks are at 12 noon CEST, so 12 noon German time, 1 p.m. East African time. And we're going to resume with the high noon session, which is a portrait of pioneers of change. Africa Green Tech are going to be in this session. My good friend, Dr. Hamed Besheshti, is going to be in this session with Boreal, and Hans is going to be moderating this. And so I'm really looking forward to this session, and I'm looking to meeting you all back in that session. Thank you. Nice music.
Okay, so he was checking downstairs. Okay.
Is that like an burning the stone? We kind of thing. 30 Sekunden.
Wenn ich runterzähle, könnt ihr mit Musik
Ja,
ein bisschen
genau.
einlegen. Dann dauert es 20 Sekunden, was das Intro angeht bei uns. Und dann kommt
Nur
der Hans.
20 Sekunden, dann kommt der Hans,
Könnt ihr
okay?
darauf reagieren, wenn der Hans anfängt zu reden. Das wird sie. Und circa noch 10.
Nur 20 Sekunden haben wir für den Song, gell? 20 Sekunden lang ein Intro.
4, 3, 2.
Okay, hello, you're back. Let's talk about pioneers of change. Let's talk about the right understanding of social business, of the concept of social business. And now during the high noon talk, we have 3 pioneers with us. First of all, we have backed off Pap Sam. Pap, can you hear us? Pap, can you hear me? Not yet.
No, yes, I can hear you very well.
Again, I didn't understand it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Super, thanks. Looking forward to talk to you. And we also will have Dr. Hamid Behishti. Behishti is a wonderful name. It's called Belongs to Paradise, but later to you. And we will welcome Rami Wetterich, a magic moment. She put all the creativity to her. So now let's see and have a clear understanding what we are here for the Africa Impact Days to implement also the idea of social business, the idea of the concept of social business. And now it's my special honor to welcome Hamid on stage. People call you also the water doctor, the Dr. Water. Welcome here and super cool, then you made it. Hamid, so great to have you back. You know, yesterday we had a talk with about Africa Green Tech, Thorsten and Aida, they're in Senegal today. Super cool that you're here today. I mean, we both meet each other in 2015 the first time.
Yeah.
In Berlin 6 years ago. At this time you told me you're an engineer, you're from Iran, you believe for the poorest of the poorest to take care. It was hard like an elephant. I know, I can remember you told me you make a loan to your house, you risk everything what you have to make one enterprise happen.
Indeed.
Tell us a little bit, what are you doing?
Yeah, it was, you know, sometimes you may decide to do some sacrifice in your life for the dream you have. Not just forget about the other people, which is important, that you want to help people. But sometimes you say that, okay, even for myself, I want to do something. So my second child was just born. My scholarship from Heinrich Böll Foundation was almost at the very end of it. I was a PhD student in Berlin. And then we could see that there is no other chance. Thanks to my wife, she accepted and we sold our house to finance this company.
The company's name is?
Boreal Light.
Boreal Light. And the purpose of this company?
Have you seen Borealis, the Nordlicht? It's amazement of the nature. So we wanted to use this nature for making the change, the solar energy.
The solar energy. Yeah, you have a presentation for us in the small movie.
Yeah.
You want to watch it?
Sure.
Good. Let's have a look. You did it. You did it. Tell us a little bit your story before we start with what you're doing now. So you are from Irani and you arrived in Germany at which years?
The first time I got a scholarship from the Dresden Technical University, it was 2008. So then I was kept coming and going, living in different part of the planet. Actually, one of the most strengths I think I had was living in different part of the planet. Yeah. From the west of the world, from Canada into China, Malaysia, Lebanon, East Africa as well, and Germany.
But since I know you, it was always dedicated to care about others.
Somehow.
Somehow, yeah, I know. So today, with Baron Knight and with, you just told me now, after 6 years, this is when we meet the first time in Berlin on the Global Social Business Summit, and I know it was all a dream, it was all your passion, it was all your simple, great thinking. Today, you have how many thousands of people take water?
Today that we are discussing, 500,000 people in East Africa are dependent to drinking water daily basis.
500,000 people, families every day. One man, one family. And but it comes much bolder. So, 6-7 years, imagine you have a 7-year-old tree. It's the first fruits, it's maybe 2 or 3 nuts or apples, whatever you have after 7 years. But you have big plans now. You are saying by 2030, how many family you will serve with water?
We have a pledge now of 600 million people by the end of 2030 having their drinking water.
How many?
600 million people.
In 2030.
I came to Germany with a small luggage like this, nothing else. So I'm not coming from, my father was a lawyer, normal lawyer, my mother was a teacher. So it was all created here in Germany, this work. So sometimes you feel that, okay, they had a lot of money to make this service in these 6 years. So 600 million would be a far-fetched, but no, it's not. Obviously it's not. And we are opening the first of 600 million people water delivery in July 12th. The first of this 600 million package would have its opening in July 12th in Machakos County, south of Nairobi.
The story is amazing, and I know your whole family is behind you. So did it change your life, also your family life? How was the impact of your daily life? What it means for your wife?
Absolutely, as I also mentioned it by purpose, that thanks to my wife that she agreed that time. It's a risk. You have the second child, you are no job. By the way, I haven't been employed in my life, never. Even when I was 18, it's a destiny. So, as a one that not employed, and I was sure that I will not be even employed. This is a character. So it was a big risk, but. The good point is, we didn't sit in a fancy office in Berlin designing something for remotest part of Africa, and now we are in Mexico, we are in Philippines, Indonesia, so not just Africa, because the summit is about East Africa, I'm saying. Now we have our systems in the Philippines, Indonesia, Yemen. At the middle of the war in Yemen, we installed our system in Yemen, and the Yemeni ambassador in Berlin told us, you are the single German company doing installation at the middle of the war. So it's not just Africa. But what I wanted to say is, with this development and what happened, it wasn't possible to be just one person. It was absolutely a family collaboration. I remember when I had my youngest son, he was still on diaper when we were moving from village to village, from Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, island to island. We have plenty of photos that even sometimes we were looking for diaper for him. So we were staying at sometimes we lost our way in the forest in Masai Mara area because I was driving completely lost with 2 kids with my wife. We stayed in a tent at night. So it's a lovely stories. And now I see that my kids, they always say, when are we going to go to Africa again? So it's their dream to be there.
Yeah. So it must be not only lovely, it is love.
yeah. Actually, their painting is about water delivery in Africa. I posted some of them in my LinkedIn. So when they are painting something, they draw something that someone is delivering water to people. Yeah. So I'm happy that it's coming to their genes as well.
Yeah. Let's go a little bit deeper into your business, into the field of business, what you're carrying, what you're doing. You have some slides for us.
Yeah,
maybe you can share this.
Sure.
And can we have it in front of us so I don't have to turn around? Just one question. If not, I just turn around. If we have it in front of us, we have a look over there. No problem. But we can start with your presentation slides.
So you may have seen even in this video a lot of water kiosk, the one word, water kiosk. So water kiosk is one of the brands that Boreal Light has created to develop its business in different parts of the world. And I can say we are now more famous for our product, water kiosk, than the Boreal Light itself. In many parts when I go, they know water kiosk, they still don't know Boreal Light. Because water kiosk is the business model of us. Boreal Light is a technology, it's based in Berlin. Water kiosk is the business model based in wherever the application is going. So where you see water kiosk, exactly the business model. We started tackling this green canister and the bucket there. People call it drinking. You never can call it drinking. People deserve the same quality of water everywhere. So when we see this water, at the first time it's expensive. If you want to have this water, purchase it for 1,000 liters of it is $10 in the rainy season in East Africa. These numbers, digital, all from East Africa. In dry season, easily it goes to $60, $80. And it's non-reliable, full of bacteria, viruses. You can see with your own eyes, worms are swimming there. And not just drinking water. The other one is, you may see the challenge of migration, forced migration many times. Climate change is really working, tirelessly is working around the world, and this is the result of climate change. Farmers are losing their farmlands. And you see the part that was irrigated, you see the accumulation of salt. The part that was not irrigated, you see vegetations. In our mind is opposite, but you see the accumulation of salt. This is very common now in many different parts of the world, among them East Africa that now we are focusing. Some of the most famous places for delivering vegetables, fruits in Africa, in East Africa, like Lamu Island in the north of Kenya, they were famous for generations, centuries, for centuries they were famous for their agricultural products. Now just go to barren land. Boreholes turn saline, people leaving their farms. This is the quality water we say we believe everybody should have, hygiene drinking water. And this hygiene drinking water, the numbers are all referenced from Kenya. 20 liters of this quality water costs $4, 400 shilling in Kenya. Means 1,000 liters of it is $200. In a market that in a normal village, easily you can hire a person full-time for $90, $80, and they are satisfied. And they are very much satisfied. They come and say, I want to work for this much. So imagine this is the cost. Then we came up with this solution in 2015, exactly when we met, as a solar water desalination system with 3 characteristics, that all that 3 characteristics help us today to have a social business out of it. Otherwise, at least in our sector, I see it wasn't possible. First, running on direct solar radiation. We do not have any battery bank, nothing. It's just sun machine, sun the pump. So it's just sun radiation and the pump. No expensive battery banks, no diesel, no grid, nothing. Just solar energy and the machine. Second, simplicity. If you want to work in such areas that I go, sometimes we drive 2 days in desert to reach, especially in Somalia, in Ethiopia, 2 days drive to get to the location. Imagine, you can't bring a rocket science technology. Probably some of you, if you've been into some of my speeches, you may have heard this example I always give. Imagine a village in remote part of the world has a problem of transportation problem. A very nice Verein NGO from Germany comes and says, I have a solution. Get this Lamborghini, get this Ferrari. So your problem is solved. You're laughing, but this is the common practice. You see, a rocket science bringing it to a village. Actually, those people, they cannot even inflate the tire of that car. They need a robust Toyota, affordable, simple, easy, everybody can do the maintenance. This was the main purpose behind your design, having a simple solution. The result of these 2 is the third one, affordability. When you compare apple to apple, as a German technology, Siemens is our electronic component supplier. We are not bringing from China and making it cheap. No. Siemens, Weidmüller, Eaton, the toughest of Germany, they are all the component providers for us. Then this is the machine, this is our workshop, my partner and I. So this is the machine. Look, those who come from the mechanical background, you may see that it's the simplest possible. Piping, the simplest that a normal person with a few cents, if anything bursts, can easily replace it in a village. Let me give you this example, it's a nice example as well. Oxfam purchased 2 machines from us in 2019 for Somalia. They said, look, we are in a hurry, the budget is finishing, and we have the right to spend this budget until this specific time. Can you ship these machines, this size, and about 500 kg, to Somalia by airplane? We said, okay, if you pay, and then we also transport, if you pay by airplane. Because of airplane, we couldn't put it in a wooden box. So we just wrapped it with transparent wrap and some bubble wraps, and then we sent it. They came, took it. After about 2 weeks, they sent a photo. The machines are in the village. Come, please, for the installation. Our contract was with the installation. But I was wondering, in Berlin, we wrapped it with transparent wrap, everything shiny. The entire wrap turned to black, and I was wondering, 2 weeks is not a time that chemical reaction happening. Why the wrap is black? You know, some question comes to your mind, but they say it's not important. Let's go. 2 people from our office with a very small technical suitcase, they went there, you know, a wrench, screwdriver, they went there for the installation. The moment they arrived there, they sent me a photo. I was in Berlin. They unwrapped the machine, then we understood why it's black. When they were offloading the machine from the airplane in Hargeisa airport in Somaliland, the forklift that they went up dropped this machine from 4-meter height down.
Oh.
Imagine the machine of 500 kg, the size is 2.5 meter, 1.8 meter, and they didn't tell us. They just wrapped it in black, so we do not see what is happening inside. Place it in the middle of nowhere, and they ask us for the installation. 60% of all connections fittings broken. It's obvious. It didn't take my team anything more than 1.5 days at the middle of nowhere, moving from village to village, finding all what they needed and running the machine in the second day. This is the trick of simplicity.
Bravo. Can I have a tush for him? Yeah.
Thank you.
Get ready for drumming because we need more drum for him. Definitely, that would be super cool. So exciting, because I think also in the way what we have experienced for the poorest of the poorest, and that's what we both serve to say, we never forget. That's what Professor Yunus always told me. Hans, always start with the bottom. Always start to go to the poorest of the poorest. Go there where the people have nothing.
Exactly.
And don't, not start by people with an income with $10 or $15.
Exactly.
Go to the people who have $2 a day or $1 a day, and go and find solutions with social business.
Exactly.
You're a real role model for us, and it's really great. So in the way, when you're going now to scale it up, that's what we call in business. Yeah. That's what you told me today morning, and saying, 600 million people. That's nearly 8% of the planetary population. Around 8%. In only 9 years now, from now on. You have new partners, you have new skills, or you just get superpower from somewhere and do it?
Absolutely, it needs a very big partnership. Our key partner for this plan is the Japanese company Ebara. It's a public company in Japan. Actually, they are very, very active in the field of pumping in the world, one of the biggest. So they joined the program, and actually with partnership with them, we are announcing this program. And some more partners are joining. So this one, because it's signed, I can name it. The others are still in the negotiations.
So, and if you go now for the whole journey, can you still be sure then you keep on the track on social business?
Let me just go show you this one. Oh, I still
come back to the presentation.
Because exactly, I want to. It's good that we have this discussion and then we go to the rest of the slides. Okay. So just tell. I mean, I discussed about it. So 80% of the maintenance, you just need these 2 tools. A Französisch wrench and a screwdriver, you are done with 80% of the maintenance. The social business comes here, the beginning of social business. The production cost of hygiene drinking water. By this technology, from absolute saline, extremely saline water into hygiene drinking water, like the water you have on your table, would not cost for 1,000 liters anything more than 50 cents. This gives you the capacity to create the bases of finance bases, economic bases, and also when you have the dream of social business, to be able to do it. You can't have a production cost of $5, $6, and then you want to deliver the people that they are having such low income. So this is exactly your question. The blue, forget about the blue columns. The rest of the columns that you see there, they are the bottles that I myself purchased for my family. When I was there, we go there for 3 months, 4 months, 2 months. So I just started recording. You see the cost of water. The most expensive that I purchased is about $5, with average of $4. This is my selling price of water.
We will go through the presentation, but I have to ask you one question on this. Water is politic is water. Water is a big political power. Do you not afraid about the political aspects behind?
Actually, it's a very relevant question. But the point is, we are not competing with anyone.
Yeah.
In the market there is no Nestle. Nobody is there. People having nothing there. Indeed, nothing. Actually, we have the two markets. The left market is a market that is applying to your question a lot. It's an urban market. We are in Nairobi, Mombasa, Naivasha, Arusha, Dar es Salaam, Cape Town, all these cities. Yes, then that's why you see the price is $1. We can't go below $1, although financial-wise we can do it, but they would not allow us. Even in some places, people themselves come and say that we would want to receive water at $1.50. Imagine, people ask us, because then you are breaking the whole market. We have to be careful. These politics are there. Yeah. But then villages, no, there is no competition there. Yeah. That's why in villages, we are selling the same quality as Nestle, the same quality you have water in front of you, for 10 cents is 1/40th of market price. 1/40th. This is the water these people never they had in their life. And not just the drinking water. This is always I have it. Wherever, not just because of this conference I have this slide. I have this slide in all my presentations. If you want to have just a technology somewhere, you may fail like many others. We have these two beyond technology in our work. The social business and the circular economy. And what does it mean in practice is this picture.
It's a beautiful marriage.
Exactly, exactly, and it's workable. Actually, if you have seen this graph in any other company, I myself designed this one. So because I know several companies, they already copied this one, erase our logo and put their own logo, because it's really a nice platform. So we put our machine at the heart of a village, solar panels are on the top. We get whatever saline source, so either it's a borehole, lake, river, ocean, whatever. From right side, we deliver drinking water. The income, the main income is coming from drinking water. And this income is reinvested into the village. We are not bringing it to Nairobi, we are not bringing it to Berlin, nowhere. It's reinvested in the same village. What are the reinvestment? From the sales of water, the operators purchase the seedlings, because from the other side of the machine, we are delivering irrigation water. The seedlings, somebody should pay for it. The sales of water is what financing the seedlings. The sales and the wastewater. Every desalination system has wastewater. You give 100 liters of saline water to the machine, 90 liters of drinking water you receive, and 10% of saline water. Because we are not using chemicals for our treatment, then we can grow fish. We are growing healthy fish in the wastewater of the machine, otherwise you need to dump it. We are growing algae, and people are feeding their cattle from the algae we are growing in the wastewater of the machine. Last but not least, for sure, sanitation. So we are connecting the wastewater to the public toilet of the village. This is circular economy and the social business. And whatever, the operator's salary comes from the sales of water, the reinvestment of buying fish fingers and fish feeds, everything comes from that side. So if you want to have a bit of image about the way that they look like, so from direct ocean water on the top right one to the brackish water, urban one, village one, the bottom right one is Nairobi, for instance. The drip lines, vertical farms, the fish farms, simplest fish farms, easiest fish farm. These kids are receiving fish meals on a daily basis. They think that they never had it. And look at the faces of the operators. It's one of the my most interesting pictures, always this one. Look at the faces of my operators there. Actually, the bottom left one, just two of them are the operators. There is neither of them older than 19 years old. Zaytun on the top right was 16 when she joined us. Aktham was 17. All of them young ones. And they can operate, maintain the machine, sell water, and manage the entire project. If it wasn't the simplicity, we couldn't do this. This is Mombasa Old Town. So again, same model, same arrangements, ocean, delivery of water, solar panels. Here is a holistic approach, we call it. You see the solar panel, you see the machine, you see the fish farm, vertical farm, the public toilet of the village that's receiving the sanitation water. And yes, the mechanical is simple. But Hans, we cannot leave a machine, even if it's simple, at the hand of 16 years old girl and asking and telling her, fully independent. We have to have a remote monitoring. This is, we made the mechanic simple, but the electronic is sophisticated, and the operator had nothing to do with the electronic. We are remotely monitoring 36 vital elements of the system operation, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Wow. Anything happened, then we tell the operator, this one you forgot to close that valve, close it, because we can see it in Berlin, that something is going on there. And this is also interesting regarding the finance of social business. You know, at the end of the day, you need to make money. I have to pay people. I have now 113 people.
That's a very important point, and definitely social business always goes for making money and making profit, but reinvests the profit into the cause. And I think this is where we have the most misinterpretation. We are business people.
Exactly.
We love to make our business. We like to make some profit, but we don't go for profit maximization.
Exactly.
The profit what we make, we get reinvest. But as an entrepreneur, we have also living, so we pay our salary on a common good way, and that's what we do. I have 2 minutes more time for you before I involve Pap to talk a little bit about Ashoka.
Just wanted to say that this one is helping that finance. Already we sold the carbon credit of 41 of our water kiosks. Means office in Berlin, a carbon trader in Berlin said, okay, 41 water kiosks saves this much of carbon. For 8 years, this is mine. I pay you the money. This way, then we could sell water for 10 cents and the business is still workable. So these are just the records and I'm done. So
we will share this as much we can. Give me a last answer about your aspect. We hear about your targets in 2030. If you imagine 2024 about the targets, what would be your ideal world by 2024 for your company?
2024, we are already the same practice we have done in East Africa, that we are a recognized brand, and we are the biggest one in Africa now, doing solar water desalination. We are now the biggest one in Africa. The same would be in Southeast Asia, for sure. This is the same plan to be the biggest one in Southeast Asia. With, you know, Southeast Asia's numbers are just big. Yeah. So that one would be the main driver behind the plan of 600 million. And then Central South America. Just January this year, we opened a very tiny office in Mexico. So that one is working now to open the market from Mexico down in South America. So 2024, at least few tens of machines should be operational in that part.
Thank you.
Okay.
And a big push for him.
Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. And
appreciate it. Have a good time.
Your mobile phone.
Oh, yeah, it's important.
Super, thank you. Yeah, it's very important. Cool. Babe, how are you? It's a pleasure to meet you, even we meet only on the screen now. But you're over decades with Ashoka. Let me a little bit explain what is Ashoka with Bill Drayton and with anybody else. So, since how long you are with Ashoka?
Thank you, Hans, and thanks for having me. And I think I really enjoyed the conversation with Ahmed. I've been with Ashoka for 4 years right now. Yes, 4.5.
4.5 years with Ashoka. Yeah. And why you it's a golden bridge behind you. You're based in Africa, but you have a special destination. Is this your dream, or it is your nightmare, or what it is the image behind?
No, No, this is just a virtual background that I use, given that, this time of COVID where, we communicate virtually, we do a lot of Zoom. We all live in Zoom, as already know.
Okay.
So it's a virtual background that just reminds me of how much of a bridging do we need in this world. So for me, bridge means partnership, means connecting, means helping people, also giving them the opportunity to go over the gap.
Super cool, yeah.
So I'm in Senegal currently.
In Senegal. Oh, you're in Senegal. Some friends of myself called me once Napakat.
Fisherman.
The fisherman, yes, exactly. They have I have a Wolof nickname. It's called Napakat. Yeah. So, if you talk about social business today, if you talk about the concept of Professor Yunus, the Grameen concept about the 7 principles, the social business who grows as a business like we heard and reinvest the whole profit, is the appetite in Senegal there for creating a social business movement?
Yeah, I think the context in countries are different, but in Senegal, definitely there is an ecosystem for social entrepreneurship. The only thing that I'd say is not here yet is really the framework, especially the policy framework. Meaning that what type of organization are social entrepreneurs? Because in the past few years, I would say even the past decade, a lot of young people, especially young Africans, I would say, are becoming more conscious. As Ahmed was saying, he never had a job, but you also have people who've been working with businesses for so long and realize that, the profit generation focus or the profit generation aspect is not something that they only care about. They care about also the social impact. So which really brings us in this new world where, it's all about the new inequality, it's all about the new reality. And the new reality is really how do you make sure we don't leave anybody behind? You talked about earlier the fact that, Yunus always reminds you that we should go to the bottom. People who make maybe $1 a day or $2, but not start with the people who make 10 or more than that. So this is really the question of the new reality. How do you make sure that business are humanized in a way that, they think about the bottom line, the new reality of everybody being part of their own solutions, everybody being also a policymaker, but creating the 3 or even the 4 sectors, because when I say 3 sectors, I mean the public, the private, and the social sector. But also we have the 4th sector, which I call the social entrepreneurship movement, which is people who care about all the aspects of the ecosystem, generating the learning, generating the revenue, but connecting the impact with the revenue, connecting the social impact, but making sure that it's a bottom-up, it's community-driven, it's something that's coming from the people. So in the context of Senegal, from my own experience, I see that it's really building up with the ecosystem. The youth are really emerging, doing a lot of work, but there has been a movement in the past year and a half to create what they call the Startup Act. The Startup Act is having a policy that was signed by the president to position startups as a specific organization that's recognized by a legal entity, but that's recognized by the government, but has a different tax bracket and a different tax payment. But social entrepreneurs, they don't have that yet. In many African countries as well, they don't have that legal framework. So the legal framework is, I think, what we need to push for.
Let's go and explain a little bit to people what Ashoka means. I guess we are familiar with it, and Ashoka is, of course, first an Indian name, but it's the object is what exactly? So I know Professor Yunus is one of the first Ashoka followers, and so you concentrate with Ashoka also on social business, or you concentrate on the person. Explain us a little bit, what are you doing with Ashoka?
Excellent. Yeah. So Ashoka was a name of an empire. Like you said, it's an Indian name, but we have a tree conceptualizing the whole concept. But what we do, the whole idea of Ashoka started with what you were discussing, in 1991. So Bill Drayton was the founder, left APA, which is the Environment Protection Agency in the US, and said to himself that, we don't have to find solutions at the top of the pyramid. But solutions are always at the bottom of the pyramid. And he decided to go around, started to going to Asia, in India, and said, every problem in this world, we have a somebody who can solve it. But those people who are focusing on solving social problems are not necessarily rewarded. They are not being paid. They are not rewarded. They are not really understood sometimes. So he started to say, I'm going to find those people I call social entrepreneurs. So that's how we started. And the whole idea is that, every solution, there is a problem, but we need to make sure also that we have enough solutions or more solutions than problem. And that's the only way that the world can move. So we started electing these people who have first, the idea need to be innovative, meaning it has to be new. The idea has to have a social impact. The entrepreneur himself or herself has to have what we call ethical value, meaning that somebody will share some values and never been part of any scandal. And also the idea has to be replicated, or the potential of being replicated, from a higher perspective or a different country or a different geography. And the idea also has a potential of changing system change, because that's what I was saying earlier. If we don't connect the whole ecosystem of developing an idea, replicating it, solving a local problem, having an impact of being replicated, but also having the potential of developing learning to educate policymakers who are developing policies within which we abide ourselves by, then I think it won't be a system change. So that's what Ashoka did from the 1980 to almost 1990, mid of 1990. And we realized that there are more problems that are being created in this world. And the only thing that's constant in this world is change. We see change happening every day and every second. So we ask ourselves, if we don't want to leave anybody behind, then we cannot rely on just electing social entrepreneurs. We cannot only rely on people, of course, who are very innovative, who are solving problems like Ahmed, but that's not enough, because the whole population is growing. Then we're having more people, we're having more problems, but we're not having enough people who are social entrepreneurs. That's when we decided that we're going to move to what we call everyone a change maker. And everyone a change maker is to give pretty much everyone, Africans, non-Africans, Europeans, the world, the power, the courage, the agency, and then the framework to be able to really address their own problems first. Yeah. And then from there, collaborate with others. So that's what we do right now.
We know today we have thousands of people watching us, young people, universities in Africa. So to be in contact with Ashoka and be in contact with you, what they can do, how they can contact you and to see, oh, I find the next Hamed, I find the next Yunus, I find the next Thorsten or the next Mary, however we call it, So what they can do? They just go online and Google you and write to you, or what are the steps for them?
Yes, that's one possibility, but you can go also to ashoka.org. You can also go to our country. We are in 90 countries, so probably in many countries we have an office there, but online you can find us, because we're looking for innovators like Ahmed that we support and help scale up their project. We're also looking for young change makers, as I mentioned. We really have the empathy. They're also ready to collaborate. They play within the team and the new roles. Then also they have what we call collaborative entrepreneurship. So they can look on our website, they can look on LinkedIn, they can reach out to me directly or their country offices, or even they can reach out to Ashoka Fellows or the Ashoka Young Changemakers.
Super. And we will have our meeting. Let's see to explain the social business model with our 7 principles very precisely. People have a huge admire to Professor Yunus, and I think the success story of the Grameen family and the whole inspiration of the Grameen model, let's say it like this, to replicate it in the right way. We are happy to collaborate with Ashoka. I'm happy to be with you in the Now Partner Network. Thanks a lot for your time today, but give me one sentence before we leave you on what's your personal purpose?
My first personal purpose, I think you already said it, is all about livelihood. It's all about learning and meaning. So livelihood, making sure that everybody have the dignity of putting food on their table for themselves and for their families. Learning that the world is evolved and change is repeated, is happening all the time. But like I said, it's the only thing that's constant. Don't we always have to learn from each other, from others? And meaning is just what you said in terms of the purpose. For me, anything that doesn't have a meaning for the community you're doing it or for yourself, you will not have the motivation or the excitement to be able to continue. So my purpose is, creating livelihood for you, for the missing middle, for underserved communities, learning from everybody and collaborating with people, but also, meaning, making sure that it's attached to my own values and also it's respecting other people's values.
Thank you. Let's flowering your purpose. Let's lift it up. Hello to your family. Hello to your friends. Thanks a lot to collaborate with Ashoka. Thanks a lot for your time and wish you all the best for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now we're coming back and having another guest here. And she just told me she never searched for something. She feels like a creative magnet. So Rami, may you join us on stage and we can tell a little bit about your story and your impressions. Always good to have a lady on stage. So, Rami, once you had the feeling you should do a job like a dolmetscher or like an interpreter, but it comes totally different into your life. And tell us a little bit about your life.
I grew up in Cameroon. I'm Cameroonian. I'm half Cameroonian, half Kurdish. So that's already totally something.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so we came to Germany 40 years ago.
Oh, 4 years.
Yes. So we've been living in Germany since 40 years. And yes, and things are, like I said, things just happen in my life. So in the beginning of living in Germany, coming with my family, so I'm French. So we came to Germany for school and all these things. And it always, the fact already that we stayed in Germany was also something we didn't plan. So it started already with being in Germany. We never planned to stay in Germany. We were on the way to France. So one of my brothers was living here, so that's how my life started. So we end up being in a country we didn't even choose. No. So this is a little bit how things always happen in my life. So everything I've done today was nothing I really choose. It's like I'm guided. Yeah. And I know that often in my life I was like, oh, I was even fighting against. But somehow, whatever I did, or wherever I was, it was always about people. It was always about understanding, the empathy to see how can whatever I did. I worked 20 years in interior design, and it was all about design? Yes. So it was all about understand how can I make these people feel good in the house, because it was not about me. It was just to feel this person, a house, is something that embraces you, is something that gives you a good feeling. Maybe because when I came to this country, it was everything, I was 12. So everything was like, okay, wow, the people, the language. I mean, you should come to Germany and you speak French. I mean, you're like, why are these people shouting at each other? So it's a very hard language. So when you're in Germany, it's just like, Guten Morgen, and it's like, okay, wow. So for me, it was just like I always needed to understand. So from the beginning, it was a language, it was understand people. So I went deep into that. Yeah. What are these people about? So it took a long time, and it's kind of built my personality. So. Yeah.
So, and you work quite a lot in the field of the empathy to aesthetic.
Yes.
And this aesthetic brought you into design, and the design brought you into fashion. I don't like so much about fashion, because what you do actually is much more giving a right ethic to aesthetic. And saw your last collections, what you have on your dress. May you explain a little bit about this? Because you give a lot of dignity during your fashion, during your aesthetic work, right?
Yeah, this is all about this, and all that happened to. It was a journey. So life is not. It's like you wake up in the morning and you know what is going to happen tomorrow and everything. This journey took me all the way. It was like I was in a research of something. So at the end of my journey, I was always looking for Africa. Somehow I was looking for my roots, for my identity. I spend a lot of time trying to understand these people here. People don't even realize I'm not German, because I really made it to perfection because I wanted to, you know. But then my mother is African, so this identity was always there. And somehow it just happened. Like I went to Paris, we had some fair in Paris and everything, and I was very deep into that.
Some fair, let's people understand. So fair means fashion fair.
A fair where we had the fabric.
High life,
exactly.
means Paris.
Exactly. We had a lot of firm brands there representing the companies. And it was always everything about the West. I was looking for Africa. So I asked myself, where is this African party? Why the Chinese were there, the Japanese were there, everybody. But you never find African fashion or brands. So and then I found them. One day I found them. I was like, wow. It was a little schild. How do you say that?
Yeah, a small sign, yeah.
Yes. And then I found this all with the African designers. Yeah. And I was like, okay, wow. And what I find there, it was so amazing because I was already bored because I had to I had to be there because my company was French and I was representing a fabric company in Germany for over 20 years. And when I went there, I realized that in the fair, it was so boring. It was always the same. So they were copying and repeating and recopying and repeating. And when I came to this little hall with the African, it was like, okay, wow. Because what they did is that they kept their identity and they mixed with the other and they created something totally new.
That's what you're doing as well.
And this is where I start the idea of my color mix. So I came back to Germany and I said, okay, that's me. I'm a color mix. I'm not German. I'm not French. I'm everything. So,
you're wonderful.
And I have my African side too. So I wanted to integrate that in all what I do. So I was working with a very big brand here in Germany, a kitchen brand, very known. And I asked them to do a presentation. And I wanted to invite all these people I saw in Paris to come and show people. So what we can create with our own material, but with the design of Europe. So at the same moment, I discovered that my sister did the same creation. I didn't even know. My sister Marie is an amazing person. So she mixed the African fabric with the Bavarian dress, which is...
Just to repeat it. So you have the African fabrics.
Yes.
And you make what we call related to the dirndl.
Dirndl, yes. And
that's quite a mix.
Yes. So it was like what my mother used to wear, like le pagne. She just turned it into she just mixed it. So we didn't change. She just mixed, and I was like, wow. And I asked her, can you make 10 of these? Because I need it for my presentation. It was so funny. So she did 10 of these, of the dresses, and I included it to the presentation I called the color mix. And then it just happened, like it always happened in my life, that in the presentation, nobody was interested in whatever I showed because we were in Bavaria. So these Bavarian people came, really deep Bavarian people, and they were like, okay, wow, I will buy this dress for my woman. I will buy this dress for my wife. And I went like, are you sure?
I saw it. It's beautiful. I would wish you have also lederhosen in the African style. Yeah. I would definitely buy it as well.
No, because leather is leather. So just keep that one. So and that's how it began. So I never meant. I was deeply full in my work with my fabric, with my collaboration and everything. And suddenly, my sister is very shy, but her name is Marie. She's like, she has a big heart, and I thought this idea is me. So something was calling me back.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, there's my Africa is there. My Africa is not, there's something there. So today, everything I'm doing, and then we started with the brand, and of course in the beginning I was like, we really the second year we were in Vogue, in all the big newspapers everywhere. It was really successful, and already we had a demand in America. A big company wanted to buy. Yeah. So I was like, yeah, and I came from selling.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And then I had to do the calculation, and then I started to do the calculation and everything, and I was like, okay, no, that's not right.
Yeah. You didn't want to produce in China, you didn't want to produce somewhere else?
No, because then the African fabric, I thought it was, I never put my head into that, because the wax is not African, if you know the story. So everything seems like, oh, this is a fake story. So I just, that day, I remember I called my sister and I'd asked her, do you need a yacht? Mm-hmm. And she said, no, what for? And I said, okay, that's good, that's what I wanted to know. So I did a German calculation. So I went like, okay, if we are honest and if we are fair, we're going to make the production in Germany and keep it cultural. So we started the cultural part of it. So we said, okay, we're going to keep it as something really very, very important, very, it's deep, to mix two cultures. And if you know the Bavarian culture, we are kind of stubborn in Bavaria. It's like, you say here, you say mir san mir, so we are what we are who we are. So, and to mix this fabric with this, it was really something. So then I just sent the calculation to America, and they were like, okay, respect. Because I just couldn't go to Bangladesh, and I just couldn't. So, and then I said to my sister, but one day we should earn some money. So, and I said, if we have to earn the money, let's do it in Africa. And from that day on, I really felt like something, it's like two parts of me just came back together. So I was like, years, like, I think I'm speaking for a lot of diaspora people living here, because you are so occupied, or so, how can I explain it? You are so deep in understanding this part of the culture here. Yep. And somehow the other part of you is like little, so it just, this work with the jungle, because it was two cultures together. So it brought my Bavarian part, of course, and my African part together again. So, and then we said, okay, in Africa you don't really produce the fabric, you don't, you know. So what we want to give back. So the only thing we really realized is that the skills are not really there. So we said, okay, let's start something in Africa. Starting a business in Germany was already hard enough. With what we started, Dental with Africa, is really hard. So it was not really my idea to go back to Cameroon or to try to do on both levels, to try something that just doesn't work. So I met somebody who introduced me two women in Benin, two German women. They were working there over 50 years, and I asked them if they know if they can bring me somebody. So the idea was born to the idea of train the trainer, because I believe what we have in Germany, what you don't even have in the world really, is that we have a good education at the Handwerk, how you say that?
Yeah, in the handcraft.
Handcraft. And then we said we're going to bring it to there. So if you have the proper skills there, why shouldn't we be able to produce in Africa? Where's the problem? So we started with Benin, north of Benin, and I started to work with this woman in 2012. Yeah. And I was very happy and wow and blah. And then they brought us a woman, Justine. That's the name of our, okay, today we have an NGO, we Justine, the project Justine. Justine came, and I just said to my sister, let's try with Justine. I believe if one woman, one Justine, can handle or is able to do what, because to sew a jungle is a skill. Yeah. It's not a joke, it's just like, it's a costume. Yeah. And if she's able, why you have millions of Justine out there? We can also bring these skills. And then she stayed, and she came. We brought her here because I truly believe, because my sister is she is older than me, and she has more this African, even more. So I thought they will learn. They will take it from her, because if it comes from us, we being African, giving them skills.
Absolutely.
It goes directly.
It's authentic.
It's authentic. So you don't have this break where, oh, I know I'm African. You always say, oh, they can, we cannot. It's not that anymore. So there's no excuse. Yeah. So you could see that Justine would learn more and very quickly from my sister. So she came twice, but then I realized, my sister told me, oh, something is wrong. She's not happy. And then my sister is very wise. She's a wise African woman. She went like, go to Benin, go.
And have a look.
I never been there. I was just too I was too involved in what I was doing here. Yeah. So I went to Benin 2016, and I checked a little bit. And for the first time, I went like, okay, wow. Like he said, you can't start in Africa you start with a little problem, you end up like, okay, wow.
Yeah.
This is huge. So I came back, and I realized why she was unhappy, because you need to understand Africa. Africa is not that if you take somebody from 50 kilometers away, yeah. It's like you take her to Japan.
Yes.
It doesn't work.
It's very rooted. Yeah.
We are rooted. You cannot just go there with your ideas and we want to change, we want to make. Talk to the people. Yeah. Ask her. So what I realized, they never asked Justine what she wants. Yeah. There were never a dialogue. So this is what I believe. It really has to stop. Stop just bringing things to Africa without asking the people.
What's the need?
What is the need?
Absolutely. That's a very wise part. So from the dirndl what you produce now in Benin, how much is your turnaround at the moment?
The turnaround at the moment is that we really decided, in fact you were the one, it's really funny because you were the one telling me yesterday about social business.
Yeah.
In fact,
yeah, you do social business, and you just explain it what you do. That's the same happens to me with Professor Yunus.
I never realized that there was a social business until 2 days ago.
That's why we're here to discover it.
Yes, it's really funny. So this is the first time I really realized we are a social business, because everything we've done today, we reinvested. So now we are now recently a good friend of mine, Werner Bus.
Yeah. Good friend of us.
A good friend of us, who was the one who really, but to continue the story. So I went to Benin and I came back and I said to my sister, Africa, we need something else in Africa. So we need to do something also ourselves. This is what I realized. So we need to go ourselves and not send always people instead of really being active. So I said to my sister, whether we build our own NGO and we go and speak to the people, because they are honest to me. Because if you ask an African person, how do you find this, or he wouldn't really tell you, because they are in need, of course. And I just realized that when they talk to me, the speech is different than if they talk to you. Although I'm also a white person, but I'm African, so this is... So, and that's why when I came back, I just realized we built our own NGO, and we did it. And then Werner gave us for one day, so we started to look for funds and everything. So we did a big show at the GOP with Werner, and we bought a land. And that's how things just happen, continue, exactly. Today, my big goal and I can say it's a lot of work, but I'm happy. I have after he was talking about the family. Yeah. My family, is incredible. If he wasn't my family, my husband, because every time I had a big challenge to unterschreiben, to sign a contract or whatever for a big amount of money, I was like, I can't. And he was always like, okay, just don't do it. I don't want to have you here the rest of my life with this face. So it's just don't sign. So the support of the family really helped me, the support of my sister, the trust they had in my vision, and I started to have the vision, and because I saw the problem, because they talked to me. And then when I went to Benin, I saw all these brilliant young people. And I said, what a waste.
Yeah.
what a big way. So I was like, okay. So, and today, my entire family, we are over 80 people. We really manage, we are big, we are 80. Clan, 80. So we are a big clan. So my entire family is ready to go back. So what we do, what my role today is to encourage them, to build them a structure so that all these talents we have here to mix together, so that to build a bridge.
To build a, yeah.
And this bridge is not only with my family, because what I like today in the new society is that the young people we are all connected, but they are even more connected. So they build a community. So today we have a very nice partner, which is really important in Africa, is the collaboration with other NGOs and everything. We have a very nice collaboration in Benin, by chance. And this is Levi Tari. This is a Centre de Formation, a Swiss guy. He went there 15 years ago. He's really building huge things. And now he just invited us, because our center, we want to build the center. We bought the land. And in the meantime, he gave us a space. My sister started this year in January to build already. And we started immediately with a brand. Okay. It means that the young generation, my people, I just took them, and I'm so happy and I'm so grateful. And now we have a brand. We're going to launch the brand in July. And
what's the name of the brand?
NNB, Noni Benin.
Oh. And how people can find it?
You just go to Noni, and and we are,
And you already can buy it?
Yeah, from the 1st of July, NNB, Noni Benin. So everything is made in Benin. And by the end of the year, we're going to start the formation we have here in Germany, which is really good in sewing. So my sister is going to give them like 2-3 years formation. And the idea is train the trainers. So our idea is to spread the good formation all over Africa. It means that we're going to invite people. It's not only for Benin. My focus is, if you train a trainer, you can put this person wherever and spread it. Yeah. Because I'm tired of having people coming from Africa with whatever they have. Oh, this is not good. So, and this, we have the material. We have everything there. What we don't have is the skills. So, I think
that's definitely what we have to see now. We will see in 2024 where the train the trainer will go. Wangari Maathai, who we honor today, always say, think with your heart, but don't forget to work with your hand.
Yes. Yes.
And this is something what Africa is really have for a message. So you go and you build people on train the trainer based.
Yes.
Then they can do their own stuff. In 2 days we will have Michael Otto here, who also starts the Cotton Made in Africa.
Yes.
So you will make the full chain. So we will watch it. We will see it.
Yeah. And the other thing is also, I believe in connecting youth. I don't believe in what we did with Noni Benin, with Noni, is to mix the cultures. So I believe in also the center will be built from the Hochschule Biberach, is the University of Biberach of Architecture. Yeah. So these young people are really working together. They will go to Benin, and they are working today on building the center. They even won a prize. Yeah. For the project. So it means that the idea is to connect the young people from here to there, so that they can share the experience they have. So just don't put the cages. I'm totally against,
No, super, because that's the idea of the Africa Impact Days.
Yes.
To enable the young people to show their skills in the creative sector, in the fashion, and wherever.
Exactly.
Thanks a lot, and you are with us. We will watch you up to 2024 with Werner together, and hopefully once man also can wear dirndl, so I will do the same. And thanks to the music, thanks to you. And we have a lunch break, and bye-bye, and we will be back right on the agenda. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Without strong. My strong. We had to move. Cool eyes in the power. Like me has to found. She cool. 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 Try to not unless you standing like I don't far away. Bang for la force kana baba dalle kata masa sta penata tele kana vai.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. It's good to see you all here, and we have a whole new lineup of people waiting to talk to us this afternoon. So I'm really looking forward to that. This morning, we had a wonderful, inspiring session. We had from PubSub, we had from Walter Link, we had from the pioneers who were implementing social innovation solutions in Africa. We also had from young people who have successful social enterprises. We also had a bit about the social entrepreneurship landscape and the trends that are emerging in Eastern Africa. So having had such an inspiring morning, we're looking forward to having an equally inspiring afternoon. I do need to let you know about some additional functionalities and also parallel sessions that are happening. I think I'll start with the most fun one, which is social media. So if you're making any posts on social media, it could be Twitter, it could be Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, I'm not sure where you are, but the hashtag is hashtag EA Impact Days. So if you're making any posts, please remember to tag the event, hashtag EA Impact Days, and so that people can respond to you as well who are in the event and can like your post and retweet it or share it and so on. There may be people, and this is also useful for the people joining us in Munich who might want to participate in the chat and so on. There's an app, East Africa Impact Days. That's what the app is called, East Africa Impact Days. You can download it on your iPhone from the App Store, or if you have an Android phone from the Play Store, East Africa Impact Days, and you should be able to have as much functionality as we do on our laptop. So you can then choose to be in the main session or in the parallel session. Once you get onto the app, or if you're joining us via the internet, you've probably noticed this. We have exhibitors. So when we have breaks, take a chance to go and look at the exhibitors and what they're showing. We have meetings, so you can jump into the meeting rooms and see who you will meet there, or you can go to the lounge and have an impromptu meeting with someone who is also in the lounge, having coffee with you. And the important part is we have workshops going on in parallel. So in this session this afternoon on the main stage, we're going to have now a session on how to bring together impact and profit for a successful social enterprise. After that, we will have a discussion on the role of the ecosystem for social entrepreneurs. How does the ecosystem enable social enterprise to thrive? In parallel, at 2 p.m. German time, so that's 3 p.m. for those of us in East Africa, Start Now are offering an online course on how to build your social business plan with Catherine Carrillo. So if you just go to your app, or if you're online on the website and click under the tab marked workshops, you should be able to find the workshop. And if you click join, it takes you directly into that room. So if you're interested in finding out how to build your social business plan, please feel free to join Catherine, who's having her session now in parallel. At 3 p.m., GIZ will be having a session on scaling digital agriculture through startups. And this will be facilitated by Philip Tettenborn and Jack Nyembe. So if you do want to find out how to scale digital agriculture through startups, please feel free to join GIZ at 3 p.m., 4 p.m. East Africa time, 4 p.m. Nairobi time. At 3:30 p.m., that's 4:30 p.m. East Africa time, B-Lab will be hosting a session on impact. So Grace Washiori will be hosting this session on impact measurement and management. That will be 3:30 p.m. Berlin, 4:30 p.m. Kenya, Nairobi. And then at 5 p.m. Berlin, which is 6 p.m. Kenya, Battery Associates will be talking to us about opportunities in e-mobility and batteries in East Africa. Simon Engelke and Geoffrey Mutabazi will be facilitating this session. Please feel free to join them also. So as I mentioned, just go to your app, or if you're joining by laptop, go to the tab marked workshops, and you should be able to directly join any of those sessions. Okay, so this afternoon we have a very interesting lineup prepared. I'm looking very quickly through to confirm that all my speakers made it. Yes, Chris, welcome. Welcome, Shazib. Good to see you both. I see Nguyen, I see Dennis. Great to see you all. So this afternoon, our first conversation is on the double, some people like to call it the double bottom line. I'm not quite sure if that's the right terminology for it. But how do you bring together profit and impact and have a successful social enterprise? And without much ado, I'm going to hand over to Shazib, who has agreed to moderate this session for us. Thank you so much, Shazib. So if you would introduce yourself and then go ahead and have the conversation with your panelists. Thank you, Shazib.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Hi, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Shazib M. Khairul Islam, and I work as the Managing Director at YY Ventures. We build, incubate, and invest in early-stage social businesses. Primarily, we are based in Bangladesh, but we have also been to Thailand, Philippines, Central African Republic, and very soon we are going to launch our first programming to support early-stage entrepreneurs in East Africa in partnership with Yunus Center. Social businesses are giving people the courage as well as incentive to join the global movement of creating a world that we want, and the way we define it or would like to have it with more opportunities and justice for everyone. These companies need strategic knowledge as well as support to realize the impact with hope and confidence. Often the financial viability is directly related with the possibility of creating meaningful impact. However, some of us, while building social businesses, face challenges every day in balancing between our profit goals and impact goals. And this needs a lot of discussion. This is exactly why we have gathered here today at the East Africa Impact Days event. I thank the organizers for hosting such a panel today. I'm super happy to be joined by a line of brilliant and insightful minds who have extensive knowledge and experience with social businesses or impact enterprises and ecosystem building. I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome Giwing Kimani, the Executive Director of B-Lab East and Southern Africa, a not-for-profit organization that supports, promotes, and certifies for-profit companies for their social and environmental impact. Welcome, Giwing. I'll come back to you in a bit. Let us also welcome Christopher Odongo, Chief Executive Officer of Wild International, a strategy and entrepreneurship firm that equips and empowers entrepreneurs and their support institutions to succeed. Welcome, Chris. Last but not the least, we have Dennis with us, who's currently the investment manager at Yunus Social Business, Kenya. Dennis is a professional with extensive experience in strategy consulting, investment readiness advisory, and end-to-end capital raising with a great passion for the sustainable transformation of startups and SMEs. To all the speakers, thank you so much for joining, and I hope I pronounced your name very close to the correct pronunciation. And if I have made any mistakes, please accept my apologies. So here is how we are going to run I hope to run the panel today. At the beginning, I'll come to you with specific questions, and then each speaker will have between 5 to 7 minutes to talk or share presentations. And then I have more questions. We'll do this for 2 to 3 rounds. And then at the end, for the last quarter of the time, we're going to open for the audience and ask questions or take questions. So to start with, Giring, through your work with BLabs, East Africa and Southern Africa, you have supported, promoted, and certified all these companies. Do you think that for-profit organizations often lose sight of their social goals in the long run? And how can the ecosystem ensure that these organizations do not drift from the purpose of social impact?
Thank you, Shazib. You did pronounce my name as well as you could. Actually, the N is silent, so it is Ngwing, so you were close enough. Thanks for this opportunity to discuss this topic. I think that it's very crucial for us to have this conversation at this time, especially since social enterprises are picking up in our region. And to answer your question about whether for-profit organizations lose sight of their social goals in the long run, I think that it is quite possible to do so. And that's for several reasons, right? Because when you're running a business, as an entrepreneur, there is first and foremost the pressure for the sustainability of your business. And that is often hand in hand with financial sustainability. So as we know, you being in the social enterprise space, you must be aware that it takes a while for you to get your model correctly and to scale it to the point where you're allowed to freely meet your purpose, as well as meet your financial obligations without necessarily having to fundraise for it. So that pressure is there, and that pressure might lead an entrepreneur to at some point say, let's work on getting the financial bit in place first before we start thinking about the social bit. Secondly, you also run into fundraising fatigue, because fundraising is difficult, and you might end up spending a lot of time trying to convince people to give you seed capital or capital to scale, that you get tired and begin to ask yourself the question, is it worth it? And and most of the time, we think about people who are running social enterprises as if they are people who couldn't have jobs, right? But these are most often able professionals who choose a different path. So you begin to question, is this really what I went to school for? Or is this really what my life is supposed to be at? So that would also derail you a little bit. And lastly, the whole aspect of selling your vision. I find working at BLab, because one of the things that we try to do is to encourage businesses to embed impacts in their normal operations, so that you're not thinking about impact separately from profit making. What does that mean? That means if you're selling shoes, instead of you saying at the end of the day, when I sell shoes, I'll give 10% of my profit to CSR projects, versus having a model that says for every shoe that I sell, I give back X percentage, which means that just in your normal course of business, impact is already embedded. You don't separate the two. That is one of the ways in which you keep on track with your goals to make sure that you don't lose sight of them. Another thing that we encourage entrepreneurs to do is to get your governance structures right in the beginning. So if you have a board of directors that already knows that this is why you're set up and this is the impact you're looking to have, you have that accountability structure that keeps you on track, so that when you, as the manager or the entrepreneur, gets tired, you have a push from somewhere else to guide you back in line. So yes, I find that it could actually be easy to slip back into the for-profit angle. But as ecosystem players, like all of us are on this panel, there are things that we can do to support entrepreneurs, and especially those in the social enterprise space, to stay on track. I mentioned one in terms of accountability from your board, but also because this is a fairly new concept, we can have accountability in the sense of policy. So in Kenya, there's a national social enterprise policy team that is working on a framework for social enterprises that can be pivotal to provide accountability for people who have already said that they want to run a social enterprise. In our space as B Corp, we champion what you call benefit corporation. And we were enlightened when Rwanda passed benefit corp legislation earlier this year to say that from the onset, instead of registering a limited liability company, you register a benefit corporation, a community benefit organization from day one. In Kenya, we don't currently have that law, so businesses would register as a social enterprise or an organized group, right? Because there's not that specific framework. The other thing that we have noticed as B-Lab is that oftentimes we need a mind shift as entrepreneurs to say, I can have a profitable business that has an impact by virtue of being a business. I don't have to give out. I don't have to forfeit profit, right? And that mindset is not a mindset that has very eagerly been adopted. So as ecosystem players, we can help each other to teach. We can help each other to promote. And forums like this, I feel, are a very good way to do that.
Thanks so much for setting the tone of the conversation. I really liked that when you mentioned about having this policy framework and a lot of people who can influence and support entrepreneurs grow can work together. And then when I exchange with many entrepreneurs from all across the globe, this is what I hear, that what kind of policies or support we need from mostly government sides, regulators. Let's move on to Chris. Chris, you have worked with over 300 businesses delivering inspirational growth programs and leading them towards successful transformation. From your experience, do you think there is a knowledge gap among social businesses or social impact businesses on ways to strike a balance between the business and impact aspect of it? And also how, as ecosystem builders, we can support them in this regard?
Yeah, thank you very much, Shazib. I'm very delighted to be here. Let me just mention that at Wild International, we work every day to support entrepreneurs to develop strategies for winning. And we've been doing this for the last 14 years. And so we come from a depth of experience that we are very happy to be able to share here. Early on in the days, we did notice an interesting thing about entrepreneurs and their motivations and why they go into business. And we sort of documented this into an assessment that we would do and ask entrepreneurs, why did you start this business that you started and why are you running it? And there was one motivation that always seemed to score the highest, and that was passion, purpose, and altruism. A majority of the entrepreneurs who we would poll would say that I started this business because I want to make a difference. I started this business because I want to make a change and because I'm passionate about my work and my skill and my talent. And so amongst the 5 motivations that we used to see, desire to be rich, desire for freedom, disillusion by employment, passion and altruism was the highest. We even had a motivation called accidental entrepreneur. And that motivation... Sorry, can you hear me? I seem to have lost you or lost myself. Okay, good.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. So I was saying that passion and purpose seemed to rank the highest as a motivation for being into business. And what we noticed is that entrepreneurs who are very passion and purpose driven had what is called zero visibility on the money side. They will come into the sessions and they will be very excited about their products, about the change they're making, but they will not have sight over what was happening in their business in terms of the money side. And so for me, when you ask me, is there a need for them to learn something, to be educated? Yes, the need is very high because of just that very nature of the aspect of not being aware around the profit side of the business. Now, is there a job? I mean, is there a role for the ecosystem? As I said, I think that one of the things that we value at Wild is collaboration. And we sort of say it's about competition, not competition. And collaboration is what it takes for entrepreneurs to succeed. When you think about a successful business is one that is planted within an ecosystem that is providing knowledge, an ecosystem that is providing capital, an ecosystem that is providing networks, an ecosystem that is providing access to capital, an ecosystem that is providing an enabling environment from the government perspective in terms of making it work. And Gwen has already just talked about an enabling legislation for social enterprise. And so we need to be able to take an ecosystem approach and a collaborative approach. But beyond that, we also need to realize that entrepreneurship support is first local and contextual and then global. You know, we are gathered here today as part of a global team talking about a global issue around social enterprise and social impact, but we are also gathered within the context of the East African community. And one of the things that I've come to see is that challenges are first contextual and localized before they are global. And so when we come from a global perspective to be able to bring a solution within a local context, we must be able to contextualize it, and we must be able to ask, how do we make this global solution relevant within this particular local context, and how do we respond to that? And that's a huge task that cannot be left to the entrepreneurs to do. That is a task that we must take on as ecosystem players to be able to harmonize conversations, to have the same language of talking about things. When we're talking about social enterprises, when you're talking about impact, when you're talking about a triple bottom line, we need to be able to have a conversation as ecosystem players that is equal. When you're talking about startups and about small growing businesses or small medium-sized enterprises, we need to have a common language so that then we can be able to start having a common approach to these things. I think that that should make a very good start, Shazib, to this conversation that we are having here today.
Thanks so much, Chris. Let us hear from our friend from Yunus Social Business. Dennis, as someone working closely with social impact funds, you must know how, at times, what stands between social business and impact is investment. And I have personally seen this in my own entrepreneurial journey. Having said that, at what stage do you believe social businesses should reach out to, social business funds or impact funds, and what makes a social business qualified for raising impact investing?
Thank you, Shazib. At Yunus Social Business, our work, we believe that social businesses are actually the solution to tackling all social problems that we have in the world. Sustainable development is based on all the three pillars. You have economic, social, and environmental. And we believe that social businesses are the best placed to provide solutions to all these problems. And so that's why at Yunus, we very highly value all social business entrepreneurs. And that is why we are in Kenya to support such businesses. And in course of our work and our experience, we have definitely come across many businesses who have requested us for funding, and we've gone through our due diligence process. And some of the major, and probably those are the three that I would dwell on based on your question, the areas, what stands in between entrepreneurs and financing. And, Shazib, we did a research, and I think if you ask entrepreneurs what is the major problem they are facing, it's financing. But from investment point of view, I would say that financing is a problem because there are other underlying issues. And so we choose to focus on the underlying issues. If those issues are sorted, then entrepreneurs will be able to get financing and the investment that they need. And this, I'll group them in three. There are many, but we have three very most important factors that we look at. One is impact. As I said, we are an impact focused fund. And so impact is the first thing that we look at. And you talk about impact, Gwyn has mentioned about impact being intrinsic in the business model. So that's the first thing that we look at. So we are not looking specifically a company that has CSR, just like or corporates are doing. Every corporate has a CSR arm or department. And we are not looking at a side activity, but you actually look, is impact intrinsic? Is it a part of your business model? So that's the first thing that we look at. So this will help us to mitigate the risk of dropping impact as you pursue profits. Because, for example, if you're selling a product to base of the pyramid, the minute you sell that product will solve a certain need for that person at a BOP customer. As they solve their needs with that product, then you are making profits. So if you want to abandon impact, you would have to do so many changes in your model for you to leave impact. That's why we always make sure that the impact is a central part of your business model. And in terms of impact also, we look at how practical it is and how efficient it is. Remember, if you want, for example, to provide, for example, purposes, solar products to the base of the pyramid, and you're selling them at a price that they are not able to buy, or probably the only people who will be able to buy are the middle income or high income groups, and probably you're not providing in credit where they can pay over time, then it may not be practical and it may not be efficient. So we look at how you're delivering that impact in terms of your model. Number two is the team. Team is very important. Why? Because you may be having impact and a good business model, but if there is no strong commitment on social impact from the team, and here you're talking from the founders and the key management team, then you realize that it is very possible to change, to change the passion and what really matters for that company, but also it may bring an issue with sustainability. So on the team, we look at how committed are they to social impact. And for example, if we happen to know more about or to think more about the impact you are having as a company, more than you have ever thought of it as an entrepreneur, then we will ask more questions because it's a warning to us that as a team, you really probably are not fully aware of what you are doing. So we'll look at what drives the company based on decisions you've made in the past. When you look at your performance, you're able to tell what decisions you made in the past because of your performance, either KPI or financial statements. And so those decisions, were they the best decisions? Or if you realize they were not, what did you do? So out of that, you're able to tell what kind of a team this is. And lastly, is business model. I think there was a question on, so should we focus on impact and not profits, or the other way around? First, it's very important for sustainability. Any business that is not sustainable, you would not call it a social business. And remember, we see the social business solves a need and also makes profit. So if you're not sustainable, then you leave the group of social business and probably you're heading towards charity rather than both impact and making profits. And so for sustainability to happen, I mean, you need to see, for example, you're already earning revenue. so your post revenue. We look at, and that means you have a product, and this product has been liked by customers then who are buying your product. And we look at unit economics so that we see what unit economics are telling us. If you're now serving 100 customers, are you able to scale that to 10,000 customers? Unit economics will tell us if you're able to do that, then you will be profitable. However, if unit economics are telling us that now you have negative margin per unit, it means even if you scale to 10,000, you will still be making losses. So we look at unit economics. We look at just probably the other items would be like any other investor in private equity would look at what is the market, how are you executing, is your processes mature, your processes, do you have partners in place, infrastructure? So all those things then come in. But in terms of business model, scalability is key for us. So so those are the things that we look at, and we know that many companies are actually not in that position. And we have come in ways that, as you had asked, then what are we doing about that? We have collaborated with partners who are helping us to help companies, social businesses, to be successful in what they are doing. And probably we can mention that later in the conversation.
Thanks so much, Dennis. You have explained it really, really well. And can I ask a follow-up question on this?
Okay. Yeah. Please, proceed.
Yeah. So, what should we keep in mind while creating like a mechanism that systematically incorporates impact? I mean, like what you said is so impact, and then the business model needs to be embedded together. So, what are the things that entrepreneurs should have in mind?
The first thing I would say is understanding the problem you're solving. That is very key. So, and I think this is mostly the course that teaches that is human design, human-centered design. Understanding what problem am I solving, and then what product would solve that need, and is my product able to solve that need? If you're answering that question, then more often than not, you will be able to have impact in what you're doing. So you will put in mechanism. For example, if you realize that you are not having positive unit economics, meaning you're not making profits on the product you're selling, then probably are you thinking about how you would add an extra value to that product and then increase the pricing? Because based on the value you're providing, customers are willing to pay for this extra value that you have added, and probably that will take you to sustainability. So in terms of mechanisms to put in place, what I would say is that one, you need to have a clear idea of what you're doing. What social problem are you solving? And then you incorporate, you have, I would say, a product team, which could be yourself. I mean, we have seen, entrepreneurs at the beginning, the entrepreneur is the product team, is the finance department, is almost everything. But also as they continue, then they start bringing in experts. So if they're not able to bring in, for example, somebody specifically to do product, then there are these consulting programs that happen. We offer one investment readiness program, and we are we are working in conjunction with Wild Chris here, that is Wild International. And so we are able to train, and this program is for free. So we are able to train people on different aspects based on what they are lacking or what they need to make their businesses work. And so that is, you can apply for such, and I know there are so many people who are doing incubation or probably programs. Some of them are called prize competitions, others you get a scholarship and you get to be trained. That is key. And so for me is to, first of all, understand the product what is the need and what product will fit that need, putting mechanisms around that, because that is what will give you sustainability.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Now I would like to come to you, Chris. You were talking about collaboration once we introduced the panel. So in the world of social business, I also, as a person, think collaboration is to creating sustainable and meaningful impact. So one of the very first collaborations, like just to link up what Dennis was saying, working with incubators, investment readiness programs, competitions, funding opportunities. Collaboration is key because we get to meet so many entrepreneurs. My question to you is, to what extent should an entrepreneur go while building these collaborations, holding on to impact in terms of raising money? I'm like, just to go back to your 14 years of experience in this.
So the most interesting thing is that collaboration doesn't end as an entrepreneur. When you start, when you just have that idea, you need to find who are the partners, who are the people who can help me get my idea off the ground and start making some traction. And as you progress and you're going into the fundraising, sometimes it's easier for you to even bring other entrepreneurs together. And I'm really talking high ideas here, high ideals. You can come together as a group of 5 to 10 entrepreneurs and say, you know what, let's get investors to come and we make a pitch to them. You don't have to wait for accelerators and incubators to organize for you a session to meet investors. You can say, look, we are 10 entrepreneurs. We are inviting another 5 or so or 10 investors who are within our space, and we want to be able to talk to them about our products and about our idea. And it becomes cheaper that way because then you're able to spread the cost of organizing such a meeting amongst 10 people. When you're talking about marketing your products, you've developed a product, you want to put it out there, then you're thinking about how can we be able to do some joint marketing. Right now in Kenya, there's a group of cottage industry entrepreneurs who have set up a joint kitchen. This joint kitchen has already been certified by KEBS. And so what it does is that it makes it easier for each and every individual member of that consortium to be able to achieve certification and to be able to take their products to the market. As Wild International, we are part of a collective of business experts, up to 35 different business experts who are located in one place supporting SMEs. The value that we've gotten from that is we have an amazing working environment. We have spacious training rooms, and we have lowered the cost of delivering training. We don't have to go and pay a hotel to start a training. We can be able to actually hold a training of even up to 5 people. So, and it doesn't end as an organization grows. So say, for example, today, one of the biggest banks in Kenya is leading this government bond, and they're not alone. They're collaborating with other banks. So I don't think that there's sort of like an end to collaboration. It's always just going to be mutating and morphing into different forms and into different arrangements, whereby you collaborate based on your objectives, based on your goals, and you look at the people who are aligned with you and you work together. And it doesn't mean that you can't compete, because sometimes you have to be able to compete to be able to offer better products and services. Yeah, Shazib.
Thanks so much. But would it be wise to be rigid on the social impact goals while we talk about collaborations, or is it okay to see what we can create together with the collaborators?
I think for me, I would always err on the side of finding a way to collaborate, because a load is lighter when it is lifted by 2 or 3 people. And so when you're talking about social impact is not necessarily going to lend itself to be the easiest thing to do. There's no business that is easy. And so when you collaborate, then you make the load a little lighter. The thing sometimes is that it might not be so straightforward to collaborate with your competition. It might not be like, so I'm selling bananas, you're selling bananas, let's go to the market and let's collaborate. It might not be so easy, not so straightforward, but there might be an opportunity for us to be able to put together our efforts and go out and source bananas at a wholesale price that is cheaper than either one of us could have been able to get. So, and also it comes from a very interesting view of the market. When you're talking about social impact, the need is great. When you think about unemployment in Africa, when you think about unemployment in Central America or Latin America or some parts and pockets of Eastern Europe, the need is urgent, and we cannot sit on the sidelines and say we shall not collaborate because we want to compete and capture the market. The market is bigger than any single one of us. When you poll and ask yourself how many entrepreneurs are in the world, I mean, you have numbers in the hundreds of millions. And so the market is wide open, just depends on your view.
All right, thanks so much, Chris. And to all the audience who have joined us, thanks so much for joining us. We can take questions from you. Feel free to drop them in the event platform. Let us go back to Giring. When we speak of impact, we need to ensure that it's a lasting and meaningful impact as opposed to something impulsive and short-term. So this is what Dennis and Chris was also saying. So what is your advice to our young entrepreneurs while they try to scale their businesses or measure their social impact? Should they prioritize scalability over short-term or prioritize on low-scale impact?
Azib, I think the impact that a business is trying to achieve coming from the passion is going to guide you, right? I don't think that anyone builds a business for the short term. People who are building businesses are looking to have their businesses scale and also to be able to scale the impact that they're having. So your passion might come from an immediate need, for example, to bring clean drinking water to your immediate community. But the solution that you're providing is going to also be helpful for the community next door and the next community. So as a social enterprise that is supposed to be a profitable business, you have to, from the beginning, build a business that is scalable. And Dennis will probably confirm that they invest in businesses that are scalable, because impact can't be just localized to one small community. And I would say one of the ways to even make sure is to test out your business model. That short term that you're talking about is a good testing ground for scalability in the long term. So you don't start your business with, I'm going to reach the entire Nairobi, for example. You start your business by saying, I'm going to start this in Dandora, which is a community, and see how it works. And then, can I replicate this model in the next county, and you scale it, and then into the next country? Anyway, so what I would say is what would be helpful for an entrepreneur to think about is, number one, from the beginning, starting from a place of passion and a place of, this is a problem that I'm looking to solve in my community, is checking, is this a problem that is also in other communities besides mine? And then the solution that's being provided, is it a solution that can also be replicated elsewhere? And then embed in your processes checkpoints. So like at B-Lab, we have free tools for businesses to measure and manage their impact. And these are available for all businesses that are for profit, right? So if you are using that as a guide to say, okay, this is how I'm setting up my governance structures, this is how I'm working with my workers, these are the things I'm thinking about the environment in which I'm operating, those becomes your standard foundation. And because, businesses all over the globe are using this model, you already know that this is a good starting point for you to grow. So in a nutshell, I would say that if you're thinking about a business with a short-term solution, then forget it. Your business should be thinking long term. And even your business should outlive you. Your solution should outlive you. Ideally, we want to get to a place where the social issues that we are trying to solve right now, we eliminate them, we eradicate them with our business solutions, isn't it? But the reality is that other problems will come up and businesses will pivot and businesses would improve on their products. And so there will always be a need for solutions that are community driven or social impact driven.
Thanks so much. If I may ask a follow-up question, so we talked about scalability. Dennis particularly focused on this. You were also talking about this, and that's how Professor Yunus talks about social business. You create a prototype for one village, and then if this works, this can go anywhere, exactly the way Grameen Bank was scaled. So what are the ways through which, as entrepreneurs, we can measure our impact? I mean, like, there are many different schools of thoughts. Global Impact Investing Network talks about this. There are many SDGs through which we can measure impact. At B Corp, how do you advise people to do so?
So, because I am representing B Lab, I have to lead with our tools, right? So we do have impact management tools that are online and accessible globally. So long as you have access to the internet, you can access our B Impact Assessment tool to help you measure and manage your impact, to set goals that you want to reach. And the beauty about the tool is that if you take the assessment the first time, it marks your areas of improvement, right? So you can always come back and focus on those areas that they have said you should improve. The other thing that I would want to say also about impact management and scalability is that sometimes our solutions might have a ricochet effect that is not necessarily a positive one. I'll use an example of one of our B Corps in Kakamega in Kenya, which they do cook stoves, right? And because cooking is primarily considered a role for women in that area, so they empowered women to sell the cook stoves. And so these women were able to not only have sustainable cooking methods, but they also now had a way of making money by selling the cook stove. Now, what was the ricochet effect? The men started having a problem with that because all of a sudden, my wife is making money. All of a sudden, my wife is leaving the house to go and work. And then it became a hostile domestic environment, which no one had predicted, because here you're thinking, I'm empowering women, I'm solving a problem. But that's the residual effect of what you get. So now they had to figure out, so how do we engage the men also? How do we bring the men on board? So even as you're measuring your impact, you have to be on alert to see what are the other problems that your solution might be creating in that social environment that you also need to solve. So that being said, with the B Impact Assessment tools, I would also say that there are other GRI tools, like GRI has its own tools that you can use. I also think that there are other ESG tools, like there are different ways in which you can you can choose to follow depending. For social impact, I just know for B Lab, because I haven't seen any other tool that measures the social and environmental as well as the profit angle.
Thank you so much. And we are also aware that just after this panel, B Lab is running a workshop for our friends. If you're interested, it starts at 3:30 CEST and 4:30 EAT. We have some questions for Chris and Dennis. I would like to come to you, Chris, first. People would like to know about this collaboration with Yunus Social Business Kenya, and what are the things that you are doing differently? Tell us more about it.
So I'll tell you from the program perspective, in terms of just how we have designed the program. So the first thing is that this program is designed for social businesses that are making an impact and that are ready to be scaled. And so when they come into the program, they come into the program carefully selected businesses that are already a going concern and are looking to go to the next level. And so when we take them through the wild strategy planning process. So we do have a bootcamp approach where the businesses, they don't go through learning, they go through a workshop. Okay, and there's a difference between learning and a workshop. When you go to learn, you learn about something. But when you go to a workshop, you come to work on your business. So these businesses come and they're able to develop a strategy for their business that helps them to be able to unlock the next level of opportunity. We help them to scan their environment, to understand their value proposition in a more fundamental way, and then to ask themselves just how big is the target market? How big is the market in an alternative to where they are? You had talking about when you start with an impact within a local area, then you start asking yourself, where is impact? Where else is impact? Who else has this impact? And so we help the businesses to be able to scan the entire market within their country, within their region, and then to be able to give themselves very concrete goals in terms of what they want to achieve and how to unlock that market. And then from there, we're able to connect these businesses to different experts that they will need to close gaps as they try to connect to that market. So we look at areas such as governance, we look at areas such as marketing, we look at areas such as financial management, we look at areas such as digital marketing, because these are businesses that are ready to scale. And when you're going to scale, then you do not want to scale when you have weaknesses. And as I said, these are not learning engagements. These are very, strictly speaking, these are workshops where you get to work on your business. And so Dennis is going to tell you how to apply if you're very interested to be able to make that application. Dennis will give you the URL, and then I'll also be able to, yes.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chris. Dennis, we would like to know more about it, but we also have a question for you. What do you suggest? How do we balance efficiency and effectiveness when it comes to impact?
Thank you, Shazib. So just continuing with what Chris said, we do one investment readiness program every year, somewhere around Q3. And so for this year, it's just about to come. And as soon as we are ready, we'll definitely give out details on how people can apply. But I would say we have tried to make it different in a number of ways. One is collaborating with Wild. I think for Chris, one of the ways we would describe Wild is it's a community of entrepreneurs working with other entrepreneurs. And so we like that in terms of we are not the ones giving advice in terms of running businesses, yet Dennis has never run a business. But Chris will have experts who have done it, and so they will be able to, they're in the same wavelength with entrepreneurs. And so from the beginning, we do an online pre-assessment, which helps us understand where the companies are, and this will help us tailor our training during the training sessions, but also tailor our coaching sessions. So apart from the trainings we do on during as we handle the topics, we also provide coaching sessions after every topic. And so this means that a business will go to a coach, and this is not 2 businesses or 3 businesses, it's individualized. And then based on the topic, what were your challenges? And then they can try to solve them based on what a specific business is going through. So we are trying to be practical and hands-on to see if this program will have an impact. And from UNU's side, we again go ahead and do impact measurements. And basically what we do is we collect data before they join, and then we collect data after. And so we want to see how did the business perform, or what was the change from what they were and what they are 6 months, 12 years after the program. So that's more about the program. And the other question, Shazib, you asked how how do you attain efficiency and effectiveness in impact? Was that your question?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe one of the ways to achieve efficiency in impact is one is to actually measure. You see, if you don't measure, you wouldn't know how you are doing. And for us to measure, then I understand for some entrepreneurs here, they don't have the resources to have a fully fledged impact measurement department. As companies grow and they grow in profits, then they'll be able to get there. But for now, as they start, the best thing, as Gwyn has talked about, is look for those people and companies that have gone ahead of us, like B-Lab. Use their tools. First of all, learn. How do you go about this? What are these areas that I can focus on? I can assure entrepreneurs, if you go to B-Lab and you read something about impact in their website, you realize there's some impact you're having on your product that you actually didn't know. And then when you're trying to go back to measure, you realize, actually, I didn't know that there was this impact, but actually I have it. So that is one thing. Collaborate with people who are supporting entrepreneurs, the likes of B-Lab. Number two, for us is social business. Anytime we get in a company into our portfolio, meaning we have funded them, that is one of the things that we do. We incorporate them in our impact measurement framework. And this involves even training them so that they're able to collect data, the right data in the right way. So that's how we do it. So first of all, collaborate with people who can help you and guide you in measuring. Even before you do that, go to UN goals, SDG. Just try to read, look at the targets, look at how it's broken down. Go to IRIS Plus and look at, so what are these various objectives? What are the sub-objectives and under each one of them? You realize that if you're in agriculture and you're buying products from farmers that and you're providing training, that training is actually increasing their productivity. Maybe you didn't know. So first of all, you need to, after you collaborate, make sure that you improve on your knowledge about impact. And it is very easy. There's a lot of information online where you can improve your knowledge on impact. And thirdly is these numbers. When you're measuring impact, it's not done in-house. It is not an office data cooking. You're supposed to go out and see what your product is doing. And as you go out, you're asking for feedback. When you get feedback, this feedback is to tell you what impact you're having, but also areas you're supposed to improve. So for example, if you're a company that is providing financing to a group of people, you go to them, they will tell you, I actually was able to avoid my child from being sent from school, and they were able to be in school without missing classes because of lack of school fees. And because of that, then I was able to concentrate on doing this business. And so by doing this business now, I've even gotten more income. So when you go back to your customers, they will actually tell you this is the actual impact on the ground. Shazib, I had I think 30 minutes. I attended a morning session, and somebody said, used a Kenyan word we use, statement, a phrase where we say vitu kwa ground difference. That means that whatever you think in the office, it is so different on the ground. So go back to the ground and get to your customers. What are they gaining from your product? As they do that, they are telling you, actually, you need to a little bit change this product for us to feel more impact. So for efficiency and effectiveness, collaborate with people in like B-Lab who are in impact measurement ecosystem to get knowledge on what impact investment is all about, what are the various categories and objectives, and thirdly, get the feedback from your customers.
Thank you so much, Dennis. I have had the pleasure of hosting one Bangladeshi entrepreneur, very successful, and the way I introduce him, he's like the face of our ready-made garments industry in the European market. And then he told me it was at the beginning of the pandemic. And then I was talking to him. I'm like, hey, what's happening? How are you taking care of your employees? Are you able to give them payments, etc.? He said, brother, as an entrepreneur, you need to be on the ground, not off the ground. Other than this, you cannot make sure that your employees have jobs. It's very aligned, on what you were saying. So my last bit of question to all of you, but I would like to start with Ewing. So what's your advice for young entrepreneurs? How can we build businesses where, impact complements our business goals and also or vice versa? So each of you can maybe speak for 90 seconds just to be on time.
Yes, I would say that don't build your business in a bubble. Collaborate, look for the right tools to set your foundation, and think about a business that can be replicated to scale.
Thank you so much. Chris?
So I think that when I started this conversation, I said entrepreneurs often are not aware of the immense the gaps within their motivations for being in business. So as an entrepreneur, I would tell you this, the straight up advice is find a way to bring yourself to a level of awareness of the gaps that you have, and then begin to look for people who can help you to be able to close those gaps. So whether they be mentors, whether they be coaches, whether they be consultants, whether it is a training that you're going to take on YouTube or a book that you're going to read, you need to constantly infuse yourself with new knowledge that can challenge your current state of thinking and allow you to be able to develop new strategies that helps you to grow your business. That's one. Two, when you're going to go for social impact, remember that you also have money goals for your business. So you need to have a very strong balance between the two so that you're able to make the money you need to be able to scale your impact. And for the entrepreneurs who think that it's all about money, there is social impact in business. And for me as an entrepreneur, I'm very passionate, and I see that business is a force for good. One of my life's purpose and mission is that I want to be able to empower businesses so that they can be an answer to creating wealth and getting people out of poverty. And so I'm very conscious of the power of business to be able to do good. And I'd like to urge all the entrepreneurs and the businesses who are listening here to do that. And finally, to the ecosystem players, we need to collaborate in order to be able to deal with systemic challenges that individual entrepreneurs and individual ecosystem players cannot be able to tackle on their own. These are both local and global challenges. And so we need to keep finding platforms where we can address these challenges together, and therefore then create a more enabling environment for entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship to succeed. Thank you very much, Shazib, for inviting me to this forum. I look forward to joining you at another time.
Thanks so much. Over to you, Dennis.
My parting shot to entrepreneurs is, one, do not rush for funding. Focus on building your business.
Yes.
Focus on getting to know what is the need I'm solving, and is my product solving that need. Taking it out to the customers and selling it out. As soon as you do that, you're able to refine your model, your product. And out of that, you'll actually realize investors will come running to you. I don't know if you have seen some businesses in Kenya who actually don't need to go out looking for fundraising, but people come to them. Can we put in our money in this business? It may not happen to all of us, but what I'm saying is don't rush to fundraising. First of all, build your business. Number two, as you get into fundraising, when you get to that point where you're growing and you need investment to unlock, maybe for fixed assets or working capital, choose your investors wisely. Make sure that the investors you choose, align with your passion. If they are not passionate about impact, you will easily leave that part of impact. So choose your investors wisely. It was a pleasure, Shazib, Chris, being part of this, and all the entrepreneurs out there. Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you so much, Dennis. There was a lot of wisdom in this room. I'm truly inspired. I have been taking notes, and I have 3 pages. I would like to read some of those. I'd like to start from the end. Do not run after selling shares, rather sell your products. Do not build your business in bubble. Start really, really small, but scaling is necessary, from prototyping to scaling with impact. And it was a pleasure for me to host you in this panel. I would like to thank my friends who have organized this event and who have been in touch with us over the past weeks to make it happen. My name is Shazib M. Khairul Islam. I was your moderator for the past 1 hour or so. Giving, Chris, Dennis, thank you so much. I wish you a wonderful day or evening ahead. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Shazib. And wow, that was really an insightful panel. One of the things that I found myself thinking about was how it ties in very much with what we talked about in the morning. Dennis, you won't believe it. There was also an entrepreneur in our morning session who told us exactly the same phrase. Vitu kwa ground ni different. And so it's clear that the message is getting across and social entrepreneurs are thinking about this. When the road meets the rubber, we're no longer in theory and we're no longer writing things on paper. What do we do in practice? How do we get down to the ground, as Shazib said? I think there was also quite a bit about the community and the need for it, also in the conversations in the morning. I believe the whole Ubuntu statement came up. Ubuntu, Ubuntu, Gabantu came up. And so how we need each other in the ecosystem and how the performance of businesses is not just about competing, as Chris said, but also about collaborating. So I would really like to thank you all. Thank you, Nguyen. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Dennis, for finding time to join us this afternoon. And most especially, thank you, Shazib, for moderating in a very pleasant and efficient manner. I would just like to announce that after this, we're taking a break. It's going to be a 15-minute break in the main room here. So we take a break from here and we resume here at 3:30 German time, which is 4:30 Nairobi time. And I will be having a panel discussing what is the role of the ecosystem. So for all those who are wondering about the collaboration conversation, this is a good place to come and this is a good place to bring your questions. In parallel at 4:30 East Africa time, 3:30 German time, Nguyen or one of her colleagues from B-Lab, actually it's Grace Washiori from B-Lab, will be leading a session on impact measurement and management. So if you're curious on how to do your impact measurement and management, please join the workshop. You can just go to the tab marked workshops if you're joining from a laptop. And if you're joining from the app, look for the link to the workshops. And from the workshops, you can just join directly. So that's the parallel session happening after that. For those who actually have some time now or are interested, GIZ are having a parallel session right now, and it's on scaling digital agriculture through startups. So if you would like to find out how to scale digital agriculture, please join Philip Tettenborn and Jacques Nyembe. They're hosting a parallel session right now. All you have to do is go to the workshops. And don't forget, if you're making any posts on social media, please tag us, #EA Impact Days. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the session after this. Thank you so much for your time and see you at 3:30 German time, 4:30 Kenyan time. Hi, good afternoon and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon and welcome back to this second afternoon session. We're going to have a panel discussing what the role of the ecosystem is in supporting social entrepreneurs. Before we dive into that panel, I'd like to announce the parallel sessions. So starting right now, immediately also in parallel, B-Lab and Grace Washuri from B-Lab is going to be hosting a session on impact measurement and management. So if you would like to find out how to measure impact, do feel free to join this session by going to the workshop section of the site and joining directly from there. The GIZ workshop on scaling digital agriculture is also currently taking place. There's about 10 to 15 minutes left in that. So if you would like to catch the last part of it, do feel free to go to the workshops as well and catch that. For anybody who's posting on social media, we thank you and we really appreciate. And the hashtag is EA Impact Days. So please go ahead and tweet, post on LinkedIn, share on Facebook, share on Instagram. Remember the hashtag EA Impact Days. I'm now going to put on the hat of the panel moderator and go directly into the afternoon panel that we have this afternoon. So we had wonderful discussions this morning that brought up the topic of the need for collaboration and cooperation within the ecosystem. And this was not highlighted just in the morning session, but also as well in the first session in the afternoon. And as they say, it takes a village. And we believe this is also true for social entrepreneurship. The days of the heroic solo adventurer facing challenges on their own are long gone. This is now history. And the limitations of focusing exclusively on individuals or individual organizations and ignoring the position within the web of other organizations is that it fails to recognize what critical role the ecosystem plays. Ecosystems in which entrepreneurs operate vary in terms of their development along several dimensions. There's a diversity of funders, there's a diversity of support agencies, there's also different legal frameworks and policy frameworks that govern these ecosystems. And so sometimes the failure or success of a social venture is not entirely the result of the entrepreneur or the organization, or even the entrepreneurs or organizations' immediate connections. It could also be in part attributed to the collection of entrepreneurs, funders, support organizations, other social and non-social entrepreneurs located within the same ecosystem. So to help me unpack this complex dynamic, I'm joined by three wonderful speakers. We have Caroline Getch, who's a country director of Amani Institute in Kenya. Arnold Otieno, who's a knowledge management lead at Ashoka East Africa, and Joram Mwinamo, CEO of Sandbox. And what I'm going to do is ask them to introduce themselves so that we all get to hear from them. Starting with Caroline, tell us a bit about yourself. Who are you? What do you do?
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Caroline Gertz, as Elizabeth already mentioned, and I work at Amani Institute. Now, Amani Institute, its mission is to develop the capabilities of individuals and organizations to create social impact. Now, we do that in two main ways. The first way is by training and development, and the second way is by bringing people together in form of a community, in form of a platform, and I think that speaks to the topic of today, where we're talking about ecosystems and creating connections, and it takes a village. Amani Institute itself is a social enterprise. We were founded about 9 years ago here in Kenya, and now we have since expanded also to India and Brazil, and we have a global team spread across the globe. And it's my pleasure to be part of this panel this afternoon.
Thank you, Caroline. Joram, tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Joram Mwinamo. I'm the CEO of Sandbox, which is spelled SNDBX. Story for another day. Sandbox is a one-stop shop for supporting entrepreneurs where we bring together different professional services. So we have grown to 31 different professional services that support entrepreneurs based in Nairobi. So we are a community of professional services. We serve entrepreneurs in the country and looking to expand across the region, actually. So we'll have virtual sandboxes in East African countries by the end of this year. And I don't know what more I can say. I've been a strategy and entrepreneurship consultant for the last 16 years. So pleasure to be here and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Wow, 16 years experience. We're coming back to that. Arnold, karibu sana. Please let us know something about yourself.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. Now, my name is Arnold Otieno. For about 6 years plus, I've been keen on implementing a cross-sectoral program, project monitoring, and specifically with a keen interest on performance monitoring and evaluation. Currently, I'm working for Ashoka East Africa. Ashoka is this global organization that deals with having everyone becoming a change maker. And this is done through different programs that we have, including the search and selection of fellows, who in this case, the social entrepreneurs. And I'm looking forward to having this conversation on how the social entrepreneurs support the social business. Thank you so much for having me here to speak at this East Africa Impact Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnold. And I'm glad that you have some cross-sectoral experience, because I think we need to also explore the role of other sectors in supporting the private sector. So I'm going to start with a general question, and I guess this goes to all of you. Probably let's start with you, Arnold, and then we'll circle around to everyone. How do the ecosystems in which entrepreneurs are located influence the founding and operation of social enterprises? Based on your experience working at Ashoka, but also in the cross-sectoral program, how have you seen this having an impact on the social enterprises that the entrepreneurs found?
Well, thank you. That's a good question. Now, I will pick it from this point. At Ashoka, we look at social entrepreneurs as change makers. And in this case, a change maker is anyone who imagines of a new reality, collaborates with others to act on the new reality that is geared towards bringing a desired change for all. With that, entrepreneurial ventures can be founded on the identification of, ideas, looking around the value chains, the existing market dynamics, and the mindset shifts. As such, change makers find their operations on the values through the ventures upon realizing certain gaps. These gaps can be inequalities, they can be social problems that need to be solved. And in this case, we can reference on the new ideas that I've just talked about, looking at the market dynamics and the mindset shifts that can be seen also in value chain, among others. Yeah.
Thanks, Arnold. So change makers working to achieve a desired change for all. Joram, how have you seen ecosystems having an impact on social enterprises?
So I think with ecosystems, there's generally different factors to look at. So at the really macro level, you're looking at the whole aspect of government policy, and is there a policy that is specifically structured towards supporting social enterprises? Because you find that if you're in an environment where social enterprises are not recognized, defined, or set out in a legal structure, it can tend to get complicated for the entrepreneurs themselves to figure out what kind of, legal structure do they use to set up, how efficient is it bureaucratic. For example, in Kenya, if you're to take the structure of an NGO, you will take a whole year being vetted by the National Intelligence Service, before they allow you to register. And there are other structures in between, but it just makes it a lot more complicated when you don't have, the support from that level. And then when you come down to the social enterprise themselves, there are questions of, are there support organizations that help with education on what a social enterprise is, how to run the business, and get that up and running? Is there talent that you can recruit? And so you find that social enterprises end up then growing in what I would call clusters. And in clusters where you find a lot of social enterprises, you tend to find support services, readily available, maybe better talent, so, just looking at these different factors, then as I think the difficult thing with social enterprise is that you don't really choose where to set up, because social entrepreneurs follow a problem and they address the problem where they find it. And so passion tends to override the convenience of where to set up the business. In a commercial business, they say location, location, location. But in a social enterprise, it's really about addressing the problem where it is. And you tend to have bigger problems in more far-flung and remote areas. And so you find that a lot of social enterprises that would set up in these kind of places would find that they don't have a supportive cluster around them, but those are that are maybe in urban areas and in countries with more progressive policies towards social enterprises might have an easier time. So you find like a place like Nairobi is actually what I would call a hotbed for social enterprises, despite the fact that Nairobi itself as a city may not have as many problems as, say, Mogadishu or, South Sudan or DRC around us. You find that a lot of support organizations, a lot of funders, a lot of, policymakers and social enterprises themselves and social enterprise support organizations are based in Nairobi. So I think it makes it easier to set up and run when you have a supportive environment like the clusters that I'm talking about.
Thank you. So clustering and therefore within these clusters then being able to access services and support, which makes it possible to run a viable business. The session before this, we just had a discussion about balancing sustainability and impact. So yes, follow the passion, but make sure that you're also earning a revenue. And so, yes, as you say, well, it's not location only, but I think it's also not passion only. There's a fine balance there that they have to keep in mind. Caroline, how have you seen the ecosystem having an impact on social entrepreneurs and the ventures they set up?
I think Jerome has done a really good job already giving us the lay of the land. So I will not repeat these points, but then I want to zoom in to maybe the micro ecosystem. He called about the macro and, the middle and the micro ecosystem for a social entrepreneur is probably his or her support network. So the peer group. And that to me is also ecosystem, probably not the way we maybe traditionally understand it, but it's also influenced by, do you have peers, do you have mentors, do you have someone who you can go to? Because the journey of social entrepreneurship is often a marathon. It's not a sprint. And so you're in for the long haul. We follow the problems, right? So and the problems are many, sometimes more than we wish for. And along those way, we can't do it alone. It's, as you said at the beginning, it's not about the individual who becomes the hero. It's you as a collective, and the collective intelligence that you can actually draw upon is really important. And here, I think the peer group doesn't have to be in the same city. The peer group can be anywhere in the world. You can build up that network of people who will be there. It's your kitchen cabinet, right? Yes, you have your board, but you also have your kitchen cabinet. You can have, the cheerleader in chief, someone, the problem solver in chief. So you sort of create a micro ecosystem, and these connections can be, both formal and informal. They can be, with your peers, but they can also be with support organizations like accelerators, incubators. They can be with funders. I mean, there are many people who are willing to actually help if you know how and where to access them.
Thank you. I'd like to take that and follow up a bit more with you, because I know the Amani Institute focuses a lot, just as you said in your introduction, on the development of individuals. And I think for many people, this is very much like a dislocated, if we're saying collaboration and building an ecosystem is important, but then you're focusing on the development of individuals. Are we contradicting ourselves, or is there a reason why we focus on the individuals, and how does this contribute to the ecosystem?
Sure. I think if we were only focusing on the individual in isolation, then it probably would be a contradiction. But we say, in order to be successful as an entrepreneur, and specifically also as a social entrepreneur, you need to have the skills and the knowledge, and that's where sort of focusing on the individual comes in, right? So that what to do when, in what situation, sort of, the learning on the job is important, but then there are skills that you can also learn in the classroom. But as you are coming together and learn, you actually build community, right? And that community is where I think the magic sauce happens. Skills and knowledge have, a shelf life. Hopefully, the relationships that you build and the community that you build across the different, classes, cohorts, in our case, right? And the different connections, they will be with you over life. And I think that's part of the recipe, right?
Great. So the recipe requires that we have cohorts, that we have a support group. And I think I had Joram referencing this quite a bit when he's talked about Sandbox and what happens there and how they work together as a one-stop shop. But also around the clustering that's happening in Nairobi as a hotbed for social enterprise. So Joram, would you like to, I'd like to explore with you a bit further, what are the gaps that made you come up with the idea to have an initiative such as Sandbox, and how does Sandbox address these gaps?
Yeah, so I think when you drill down to what problems Sandbox was trying to solve, it was really around the fact that we looked around our ecosystem. As I mentioned, there's a lot of incubators, a lot of accelerators, a lot of programs and entrepreneur support organizations. But increasingly, as we built our program, Sandbox was born out of a company called Wild that used to carry out like a holistic enterprise development program. And increasingly, we began to see that the gap that we could fill very well was in availing professional services that were tailored for entrepreneurs. And by that, what I mean is, having legal services that are tailored for entrepreneurs, having HR services tailored for entrepreneurs, having marketing services tailored for entrepreneurs. Because many times when we would do the strategy of an organization, they would come back and ask us for these very same people, like who's going to help us do our taxes, who's going to help us do this, who's going to help us do that. So we decided to be proactive around bringing together a community community that had those specialized skills. So we look at ourselves usually as a hospital, where, if you go to a hospital, you find you have general practitioners, and then you do have specialists. And so we looked at ourselves as a general practitioner as far as strategy is concerned. And then when it came to the specialists, then we could have them go to specific individuals to help them solve very technical aspects of how their businesses are growing. I think also traditionally you'd find that a lot of these services used to exist, but not tailored for entrepreneurs. There was a focus on, tailoring these kind of services for large organizations, multinationals, government organizations and the like. So there was a complete need for a very different model while dealing with entrepreneurs, which had to be group-oriented models, because they don't have a lot of money, to pay every time. So we had to find ourselves breaking down the fee, but bringing several people into a cohort to learn together and then undergo coaching, and so we blended several learning approaches as far as this technical, management skills are concerned for an organization. And as a result of focusing on that, we've actually ended up now partnering with everyone else. I think barely 2 months ago, I was doing a program for Ashoka, where I was delivering a session for one of the programs I'm running. Caroline will tell you we're such good friends. I've done a lot of management sessions for Amani Institute as well. And so I guess by focusing on a niche, it also helps you build some deep expertise in one area, and then you allow others to also build deep expertise in other areas, like the leadership journeys that Amani Institute do, or the holistic support for fellows that Ashoka does. And I think it's very valuable to an ecosystem when you have different players building those deep areas of expertise and then collaborating on the whole to serve the same people that they're reaching out to.
Great, and it's also great to hear that there's collaboration happening between your three organizations. We'll definitely come to explore that a bit further. I'd like to switch to Arnold, and you mentioned at some point cross-sectoral programs. And in my experience, these are very difficult and complex animals. Bringing private sector to sit at the same table as government and as civil society is a complex story. Is this happening enough when it comes to social innovation and social entrepreneurship? Or are there still gaps? And if there are, is there a way that Ashoka is working to address this?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so pretty much different from, I think, my colleagues who are within this panel. For Ashoka, we are not necessarily a service provider, but rather we are a convener of social entrepreneurs who have these new ideas that are supposed to solve the most pressing societal challenges. And once we do these convenings, we support them to scale up and probably to just equip them with necessary tools that would help them to tackle the ecosystemic and systemic changes that are desired. Having said that, now we still experience a few challenges, and there are gaps that Ashoka as an organization faces because of the nature of the work that we do. So some of there are very many challenges and gaps, but I will maybe pick on a few just to check on the time. So one of the key areas that we are facing a lot of challenges or we have a gap on is on data use for informed decision making. So at Ashoka East Africa, we are trying to solve this gap by conducting ecosystemic mapping, through which we distill information that would inform decision making. And recently, I think some of you might have heard about this. We just launched a study of the Kenya Changemakers ecosystem mapping, through which we identify sectoral topics, we identified challenges and opportunities that will inform policy formulation, and that would work towards building the networks and also to support with the funding opportunities that are available for the different sectors, as well as to just create a network of these social entrepreneurs. So having said that, I will just want to tackle the next problem that comes with that, because what we have in this problem that I'm talking about, a lot of social entrepreneurs and a lot of startups are having serious challenges to make informed decisions. So that is something that we are trying to work on, and the approaches to which we are solving this is what I've just mentioned. The next one that I would want to talk about is on funding, and there was an issue about peer support that I think my colleague from Amani Institute also talked about, that also relate with the sense of community. Is also a big challenge that we are seeing with the social entrepreneurs who we work with. Through the search and selection process, we end up having this group of social entrepreneurs. And I think in East Africa, we have about 80 and above social entrepreneurs who are Ashoka Fellows. So funding and peer support, as well as a sense of community, is still posing as a serious challenge to social entrepreneurs. And what we do at Ashoka to support them or to help bridge this gap is to just, have various programs. Among them, I would mention the fellowship and the venture program, through which the rigorous search and selection venture program is done. We get the Ashoka Fellows who become part of the global network. Once selected as a fellow, Ashoka will help them fundraise and get a 3-year stipend that would help the social entrepreneurs scale up and out their innovations. This then would be solving the problem around funding at the initial stages of the innovation. And I think lastly, maybe what I would also talk about as a gap here is social entrepreneurs operating in silos. In our study, we noticed that Kenya itself has a lot of social entrepreneurs, but they are not aware of themselves. They don't know, meaning that they are each working in silos. So if you look at people solving problems around health, around education, each person is just focused on their own, and they are not necessarily collaborating with others. One of the key or the strengths that we have at Ashoka is that you work in teams of teams and you work in collaboration with others. Through that, you can be able to achieve more. So through the Ashoka Fellowship Program, again, we lay foundations and provide platform for strengthening a community of network activation of change makers. We also have programs like Globalizer that, connect the social entrepreneurs with the global social entrepreneurs for the networking purposes. Through this program, again, we build the capacity on scaling up and out, as well as learning on how to influence the systemic change. And I think Joram was just speaking about one of the programs, I think, where he was part of. We have a program called the Visionary Program, and this basically deals with module trainings on new leadership and provide networking opportunities with established and experienced leaders. The second cohort of this recruitment is currently underway. And so talking about those 3 key areas, I think through the various programs that Ashoka has, we provide tools and the necessary skills that would be necessary to help these social entrepreneurs overcome some of the challenges and the gaps that they are facing.
Thank you, Arnold. I'd just like to come back to you and focus very closely on the question of inclusion, because you're working within teams of teams and you're building teams of teams. And just this morning, for example, I received, it's a satirical article, but it said, if you want to access funding, which is one of the things you talked about, you should hire a Mzungu. And this is within the conversation that I know you're aware of, where in the local context, we have what we are now calling expatriate entrepreneurs, and they seem to be accessing quite a bit of the funding as opposed to local entrepreneurs. So I'd like to come to you on the question of inclusion and ask how are you in building your community and in helping people to work within teams of teams, ensuring that groups such as women, young people, people with disabilities are included, are not that you're not strengthening the exclusion of such people from economic participation?
All right, thank you. That's a good question. So I will refer a lot to what we do at Ashoka. So globally, Ashoka envisions a world where everyone is a change maker. As such, we are very deliberate and intentional in providing equal opportunities for all. So when we talk, we basically want to walk the talk that we have about everyone a change maker. And this is very evident in our search and selection of the Ashoka Fellows. We take a keen interest on gender, youth, people with disability, as well as people with different cultural background. And we do not in any way, give unequal opportunities. So in every steps that we take when we're doing this search and selection, we are not going to be looking at any of these, barriers, or rather what I would call issues that would pose as marginalizing others. So if you study the patterns, I think in what we have at Ashoka, it indicates that in every 5th year of a Ashoka Fellow, once you're elected as an Ashoka Fellow, at the 5th year, we've noticed that we have about 55% of fellows achieving their national level impact. And this would not be very possible if we were not, if we were biased in terms of our selection. So just to make sure that what we are doing, the elements of inclusion, we are very deliberate and intentional. And this is basically what we have. As part of in Ashoka team culture, you have to be very deliberate and intentional in terms of just looking at the marginalized group and making sure that they're incorporated in whatever aspects of work we do.
Thank you. I'll go from you back to Carol. And this is a question that has come up in the chat from the participants. And someone would like to know, how do you manage the expectation when you're doing a collaborative initiative, or when you're working together with other players in the ecosystem? How do you manage the expectations of the other people that you want to collaborate with? So a very practical, pragmatic question here.
That's a very, I think that's a very good question to ask yourself. I think it starts early because for me, before you manage expectations, I think you need to see that you are aligned on a variety of levels, right? So there should be alignment of, vision, mission. Why we collaborate with Ashoka and Wild and Sandbox is because we can see ourselves working towards something common. And so it starts there, and then definitely each and every collaboration should have an objective, right? It should be clear why I'm in it and why you are in it. And it doesn't mean that I'm only in it for me, but it should be clear what is the added value. I don't like to call it added benefit, because benefit sounds so transactional. Let's call it the added value that I'm hoping to get and I'm willing to bring. And I think when then we come to the point where we need to manage expectations, then it becomes very clear that's what I can do and what I can't do. So honesty is one of, in any collaboration that I've been in that is sustainable in the long term, honesty is a key ingredient. And so honesty also entails that you say what you need from the other party, what you can give, what you can't give, and sort of really a very transparent communication.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, and maybe Joram can weigh in, would you like to add something to what Carol said, but also to build onto it and tell us what's an effective way to start a multidisciplinary collaboration, especially if I'm a solo entrepreneur and I'd like to try and do this?
Okay, so my first comment is linked to Ashoka's contribution around inclusion. I just wanted to quickly say that you have to be very deliberate around inclusion, and it's very interesting that some aspects of inclusion within East Africa would actually focus on, for example, tribal inclusion. If you're not very careful, you could end up going for what is easy to reach and low-hanging fruit, and then you tend to find that you're only reaching demographics that tend to already be very advantaged or privileged. And so, building inclusion has to be something that you're very deliberate about building into your programs, so that whether it's women, youth, people with disabilities, or people from marginalized areas, marginalized communities, it's something that you have to think about and pre-build into your programs right from the beginning. With that said, when it comes to the collaboration we're talking about, I think it's important to know what you're contributing and bringing to the table, what another party is also contributing and bringing to the table. Of course, avoiding duplication of efforts and replication, of things that can be done. So this is something which we actually discussed in the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs Conference in the US, around how collaboration can actually help, different players in the ecosystem to deepen their own particular areas of expertise, because it's in coming together to collaborate with other people that you begin to see the gaps that nobody is addressing. What tends to happen is that to the general market, everyone looks like they're doing the same thing. If you asked the average Kenyan, what does Ashoka, Amani Institute, and Sandbox do? They probably think we all do the same thing. It's upon closer scrutiny that they are able to see, the qualitative differences in what it is that we do. And so in that collaboration as well amongst different ecosystem players is where you're able to start to clearly see your differentiating factors, and so that each partner can also clearly communicate what it is that's a differentiating factor, what they're bringing to the table, and that helps for much more targeted outcomes for the ecosystem in general.
Okay, Joram, I'd like to keep you with me for a few minutes and just, I did some homework on you a bit before we came here, and I think you did some research on how entrepreneurship affects relationships. And I'd like to go there because one of the side effects of entrepreneurship being perceived as a solo adventure is that the well-being of entrepreneurs has had an impact. In some cases, quite a negative impact on their mental well-being, but also on their relationships and their ability to integrate with the society. So I'd just like to come back to you and ask, how is it that the ecosystem, and even more specifically that initiatives such as Sandbox, are enabling entrepreneurs, especially social entrepreneurs, not to find themselves contending with all these negative impacts of being solo entrepreneurs?
Yeah, it's interesting that you go there, because even in my journey of building organizations to support entrepreneurs, what's becoming clearer and clearer at the tail end of our research efforts and everything is that everything rises and falls on the well-being of the individual, because a social enterprise will take the pace the founder. And so if at any point the founder is facing a mental illness, for example, then literally the organization screeches to a halt, following the pace of that particular founder. If a founder is having marital issues, I think in the research that we did there, we found out that entrepreneurship had a negative effect on both the founder and the spouse, where the spouse was not an entrepreneur. We'll be releasing those results at some point soon. But it's very interesting how all these very personalized issues have such a big effect on how, the speed of how the business would run, the speed of execution of initiatives, and overall just, the entrepreneur thinking clearly around the different initiatives and even just having the energy to make things work. So as Sandbox, we've taken some of this feedback very seriously. Recently, we've embodied mental health specialists, some of the experts that we have at the Sandbox. We've also onboarded wellness specialists and life coaches. We took some time recruiting, experts around this particular space because it's sensitive. We had to rethink of our model. It's not something that you can just slap onto the organization and keep running, because there are issues of privacy around people seeking that kind of help. There's issue of privacy of their information and their data. So we really had to think carefully about how to incorporate some of this help. So like the mental health help that people will be getting is actually offsite, but we will have or be equipped with the tools to know when it's time to refer an entrepreneur to get help. If they need to see a therapist or a couple therapists, that's nowhere near our core competencies. Our jobs is more to do with the nuts and bolts of, the organization. So we are building partnerships with these kinds of individuals and also highlighting these issues to come to the top. So soon you will see us do a lot of workshops and webinars around this to just help, the entrepreneurs to be self-aware and also to know where to get the help.
Thank you. I'd actually like to ask Carol to try and build on that, and especially looking at what you do with your leadership journeys. How do you address this challenge of well-being? And I imagine, and I'm not sure, so it would be interesting to hear, but I imagine it's tougher for the female entrepreneurs and the male entrepreneurs. So it would be interesting to hear how you prepare them when you do the leadership journeys with them.
Actually, we have a specific part of our curriculum we call the inner journey of the change maker. And that inner journey of the change maker talks about a variety of different aspects of thriving versus surviving. Yeah, the goal is not to survive social entrepreneurship or intrapreneurship. The goal is we should be thriving, and there are a number of both mindsets, practices, skills around that increase the chances that we'll be thriving, that we can build resilience, and that is often a very undervalued part of what people call an entrepreneurship curriculum. It should be about strategy and innovation and problem solving and financial management. And because at Amani we believe in and, not or thinking, and the inner journey of the individual going on that leadership on social entrepreneur journey is very, very essential. And so it plays a big part. So we have over the years really perfected that part of the curriculum, because it becomes a game changer when you can do your inner transformation work, then doing the outer transformation work that you're doing through your social enterprise, and these two things are aligned, then that's when the magic happens. Interestingly enough, Elizabeth, I find that women are actually finding this inner journey curriculum as a huge added value to them, because then they feel like because it also is about empowering the individual, right? Being clear, what is my purpose? What is my direction? How do I build mechanisms that allow me to stay sane, that allow me to thrive and be well? And so I think that part of the curriculum, women actually receive really well. I'm not saying men are not, so don't get me wrong here, but that's that. And I would say women have different challenges in entrepreneurship than men. But I wouldn't say one is harder than the other. I think just the nature of what they face is different. And so each party needs to learn how to overcome that specific challenge that they are facing.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I would just like to weigh in on that.
Yes, go ahead.
Caroline is actually right. Men are a lot worse at seeking help than women. And that's why you'd find women, take to these kinds of curriculums, because it's already part of their nature, their culture, to talk about their problems and to face issues. If you look at the highest suicide rates, even around entrepreneurship, it tends to be the men who bottle up issues and don't reach out for help in good time. And because coupled, or is it compounded by the African culture that you're supposed to be tough, you're supposed to be this, you're supposed to be the other. And what I've found in my experience of coaching men versus women is that the women are more readily, to accept the challenges that they are going through and to seek help to deal with that. But the men tend to have even just a problem articulating what it is that they are going through, because they've probably grown up not expressing their feelings or not being in environments that have even encouraged them, to express that. So they tend to take to drinking or vices that cover up those issues. So I think the more we can create awareness around men seeking holistic help, and that it's not a weakness, it's not, something negative to do so, I think would make a lot of progress within our particularly African cultures. Yeah.
Arnold, before I switch the topic, would you like to weigh in on the whole question of mental well-being and supporting the inner journey of entrepreneurs? Okay, it's also okay if you wouldn't want to weigh in. I would then come to you, Arnold Steele, and I'm looking more at the global village, and especially because I know the Ashoka fellowships are not just an East African affair; they are also a global affair. And there's a question here around how do we connect local initiatives with global initiatives, but also how do we create a role for the diaspora? A lot of people who've left this continent would like to have a role to play within the continent. Is there a role for them? How do we do that?
Sorry, thank you for that. I think I might have missed you on some point, but I guess you are asking initially if I could weigh in. But yeah, I really agree with what my fellow panelists have talked about, and I want just to give a backing of a scientific study, which is still on the change maker mapping that we did. We had among the questions on what are some of the serious challenges that the social entrepreneurs faced, but then we realized, or rather noticed, that ladies were more, talking about issues around gender discrimination, gender inequality, gender-based violence, whereas men were always talking about, legal framework. So I think this would be a good backing to what my fellow panelists have said, that men would not really get out there to talk about such, discriminations and issues around gender. created a network platform from which this can collaborate. And most of the time, some of the challenges that we are trying to solve in third world might not necessarily be what the first world are also solving. But we realize that a lot of times through the networking that our fellows have, some of the issues that they're maybe grappling with, they get a lot of support from the global fellows who, in this case, would be helping them to realize systemic change. In this case, we are looking at challenges that deal with, friendly or rather good frameworks for social entrepreneurs. I know that Ashoka and like-minded organization, together with the fellowship-led organizations, are currently trying to work on a legal framework for social entrepreneurship, and this they're not working on alone. They have leveraged a lot on some of the fellows who've done this work elsewhere. So that is one way through which the connection and the networking that we have with our fellows from East Africa, connecting with the fellows globally, are trying to help themselves to, get a way through which they can now begin influencing the systemic change through this legal framework that I think they're working on. And I think your last question to that was on the diaspora. How can the diaspora come in? What role do the diaspora have, as far as social entrepreneurship is concerned locally? Now, what we know is that funding is still a big issue, and sometimes we have fellows who have new ideas, who they really want new ideas that they really want to implement, but because the funds that are available might be skewed towards a sector, let's say health or education or agriculture, and this social entrepreneur is actually innovating in the field of youth. So what the diaspora can do is to just try and keep in touch and look through to see some of the very new ideas that are supposed to solve societal problems that exist in East Africa and in the region locally, and find ways through which they can link them up with like-minded setups wherever they are, or can help through fundraising, which is a main problem that we are seeing, so that these fellows cannot, these social entrepreneurs in this case, would not just have these new ideas that are going to be lying within, but rather they have people who can support them financially to start up and to bring those new ideas into reality.
Thank you, Arnold. I think I was recently involved in a conversation where some diaspora people actually pointed out to me and said, we have access to platforms that people at home don't have access to. And so it makes a lot of sense that you suggest that they can find linkages and give visibility to initiatives that are taking place, especially on platforms where then they can access funding that may not be available on the local scene. Yes. I'd like to come, I think, to Carol and ask her, Carol, what has been the impact of a pandemic on the efforts of the Amani Institute? And are there things that you think will stay the same? And are there things that you think are going to change?
I think the pandemic has affected us all. The way it has affected us is different. So I can talk about two ways, right? One is how did it affect Amani and the way we support social entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs, and also how it affected us. I think one, and here I'm going to start off with Amani itself, we needed to really learn and unlearn a few things in the last year and a half. When I say learn and unlearn, there are certain things that skills and practices and procedures that we for ourselves, we needed to learn, and then we had to also let go of a lot of ways of working, ways of how we did programs, how different things were happening. So I think the learning and unlearning aspect was important for us as an organization, and I think those things we've learned will stay. For us, we learned what it takes to be effective in the digital delivery, because that was the major shift for us. Before, most of our programs were very heavily based on in-person, because we love in-person interaction, but for obvious reasons that wasn't really practical and possible in the last year and a half. And so now I think we've just gotten better at offering, both. We have programs that can connect entrepreneurs really well on the virtual space, and I think our fellowship, which is now 100% online, is one of the examples thereof of making a change. And I think for the entrepreneurs we have supported, some faced similar challenges as ours. It was about, learning how to be effective in a dispersed team and working virtually, and, keeping motivation up and staying, sane at the same time, and be productive, and, all these things we all went through. But some of our social entrepreneurs also really struggled, because the people they work with and they serve, they are, on the digital divide on the other side. And, we can work through Zoom and, all these platforms, but the people they were serving and interacting with, they might not have smartphone or internet access, and they might not have all this technology that allows us to somehow continue, and they can't. And so these are some of the challenges that we have seen with the entrepreneurs we are working. But I think and what I want to say, whether to your last point, whether some things will stay, I think so. I think we've learned that home office, whilst it's not a solution to everything, especially in this part of the world where at the beginning, Amani, we had home office 1 day a week, even way before the pandemic. And, people were asking me, how can you, make sure people work on that day? And I said, it's working, and we collectively know that, yes, we can. And such things like the way we work, how we organize ourselves, I think that is to stay. I don't think we're going to go back to the very traditional, other models. But the models will be evolving, and how it looks like now is probably not how it's going to look like in the next 1.5 to 2 years, is my take.
Thank you, Carol. What about you, Arnold? What do you see staying and what do you see changing?
Sorry, I didn't realize that I'm on mute. So what is it that I think how the impact of the pandemic on our efforts? I think what we have grappled with at the moment is that I think this was much more during the closure of the boundaries that you couldn't move from a county to the other. And part of what we do in our work during search and selection is for us to, there's a part where we're supposed to actually make a travel and go and visit this social entrepreneur in their setup where they're trying to do their innovation. So with that, I think we couldn't really do that and get to the point of ascertaining that whatever the innovation is as at what we have seen in papers. And due to COVID and the fear of, traveling, that has also, really affected us in that way that we have not been able to travel. But having said that, I mean, what has to remain? What has to remain? We have to remain as, this organization that is seeking to have everyone as a change maker. And I think some of the things that we've tried learning is that it is possible also to, shift to do things online. And thanks due to the nature of offices that we have in different geographic areas, it is not new to us to be working remotely and online. That is not so new, but it is something we have been doing and will continue doing. So that is what we have. But I think I would just want to say as I close that the pandemic in itself has come, and has been an eye-opener, calling for each and every one of us to try and think on what happens beyond COVID-19. What happens if we realize that, we are in this situation where the world is coming to a standstill like it came in the first place. So that calls for us to be people who would think beyond what we have and become innovative enough to become problem solvers in a way that we would be bringing desired change to the most pressing challenges of the society.
That's true. The pandemic has really forced us to think and rethink and innovate. And I did have a conversation with one or two entrepreneurs who I support. And one of the things that they keep telling me about is supply chain issues. So we can have e-commerce all we want, but at the end of the day, there still is a logistical aspect. And that, at some point, I think almost came to a complete standstill. So Joram, for you, what changed and what stays the same?
Yeah, so I think we won't stop apologizing for being on mute. That is likely to stay. But I really do think COVID took all of us by surprise. So we kind of transitioned into this new way of working before, in my opinion, we had the most appropriate tools for it. With time, people are developing better and better tools. I think if you remember at the beginning, even Zoom used to have so many security issues and the like, but they've improved over time. So I think that the productivity tools that will help us still in the making. That said, I think that also a lot of things will shift to like hybrid mode. We've seen now we have for our programs, we do two cohorts. There are those who are very comfortable doing 100% virtual, which has interestingly also introduced us to new audiences that are not in the same geographical location like we are. Others still prefer in person with social distancing, so we oblige and adjust accordingly. But for our customers, I think there have been a myriad of things happening. We've seen in certain spaces people's revenues dipping to as little as 20% of what they've always done, some down to zero because they were in sectors that were badly affected. So some people are shut down completely, others choosing to remake themselves to something else. So a lot of adaptation going on. A lot of people had to let go of premises, now working from home 100% and intending to do so for the foreseeable future. I've also, on a macro scale, seen some changes when it comes to supply chain issues. We've had some manufacturing move from China, Bangladesh, increased uptake in East Africa. So I think there are some shifts that are going on as people have seen the vulnerabilities in the global supply chain that are making them kind of spread out. For example, they're manufacturing across Asia, Africa, and South America, so that they're never caught in a scenario where a country shuts down and they cannot, access the things that they're looking for. Some of those things have presented a lot of opportunity, especially in the digital and e-commerce space. But I would say that the larger, I think you've probably seen that we do some SME surveys with Wild and Sandbox. The larger group have been people struggling, to adjust. Many have adjusted and are now operating in a space where, they're keeping things moving, maybe with temporary stuff and the like, and looking forward to a recovery as the vaccination picks pace and things begin to open rather slowly compared to the West, but opening up all the same. Yeah.
Yes, comparatively much slower. As we wind up, I'd just like to take a round. I'll start again with Caroline and then come to Arnold and Joram. You'll close for us. And I'd just like to hear from you what needed to be said in this session that hasn't been said. What is your parting shot as we close this session?
I think a lot has been said. I think one thing that hasn't been said is that there are not just social entrepreneurs, but also social intrapreneurs. And the intrapreneurs are, the cousin that no one knows. And what are social entrepreneurs? These are people who drive social impact and social entrepreneurship initiatives within existing organizations. So you could be in government, you could be in a large corporate, you could be in a foundation, and you could become a social entrepreneur. So I think my parting point is that if you feel really attracted to the notion of social entrepreneurship, but you feel like founding my own thing, maybe that's not my cup of tea yet. I'm so passionate about making a change and using business as a force for good. Then there is this other path for you too. So there is not just one way to create social impact. It could also, you could join a big tanker and try to turn that around. And some of us like building our own, ship first and then learn it to sail. So I think, there are different ways to get there. So I'm also talking to anyone out there who is like still considering which part of creating change that they want to embark on.
Thank you. Arnold.
Yes, thank you so much for having us and for this opportunity. I think much has been said, and I would like to thank my fellow panelists for the in-depth, kind of conversation that we've so far had. What I would just say is not new. I would still dwell on, we have a lot of existing or a lot of emerging challenges, most pressing challenges. And we at individual organization and collectively need to see a way through which we can keep on innovating and not, sticking on what we are already working on as innovations, but rather trying to find new ways to innovate on the most pressing social challenges. And by so doing, we are going to be creating a world where everyone knows and acts as a change maker. And with that, we all envision to have a better world than what we had yesterday and what we have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnold. Joram.
Yeah, thanks. I do agree with my other panelists. And to a large extent, I actually see, and I think COVID even accelerated this, that social enterprise is the business model of the future. I think the isolation and the reflection during COVID made a lot of people rethink, why are they doing business? And, for what reasons? I think it heightened, conversations of isolationism coming to the top and people rethinking and opening themselves up to a lot more innovation and collaboration. I think historically crises are always there to usher in a new way of doing things. And I think at this point that we are in, just looking at the trend of the monies that have been set aside towards impact investment, that has grown at last time I checked was around 750 billion dollars globally being set aside for the impact investment space. I think the models, tools, and people working and doing research around social enterprise has also increased significantly. As Caroline is saying, internally in large corporate organizations, you find a lot more discussion about going into social enterprise or having value chains that are friendly or more impactful. And even when you go down to the NGO space, you find them talking a lot more about setting up internal innovation labs or setting up enterprises as wings that do business. So in my assessment, I think everything is congregating towards a much stronger social enterprise ecosystem. And for me, that's exciting because I think it makes a better world all around.
Thank you. So if I can just quickly go through my notes, I took a lot of notes. And highlight some of the things I had during this session. I think there was, starting from the very end, a lot of focus on looking at new ways to innovate, looking at new people, new players to innovate. So social entrepreneurs, but also looking at the development sector and the move towards social innovation as a driver for development. And I guess that also brings public sector to the table and civil society. So how do they fit in? I think there was quite a big discussion about being deliberate to ensure that all demographics are represented so that we build inclusive models. And in Eastern Africa, this also takes into consideration, apart from the big global issues like race and gender and so on, in Eastern Africa, we also have to think about tribe. And I mean, it was impressive that you're the one who brought this up, Joram, because right behind you, there's a man. I mean, that's not a woman, that's a man. And in most African tribes, they would struggle with that. But that's a really beautiful image of a man and what our men in Africa did before we started defining what men could do and women could do. So it's an interesting conversation to pursue. I think there was also a big discussion about well-being and about inner journeys that entrepreneurs need to take, and that we should thrive. We should not be surviving social entrepreneurship. We should be thriving. I really liked that statement. And seeking help is not a weakness. There was also, from what I see in my notes, quite a discussion on when you collaborate, focusing on alignment and ensuring that you know what value you bring, but also what value you get out of the collaboration. Why are you doing all the hard work that collaboration actually is? And then also, of course, the benefits of collaborating is that then you can afford clustered, you create clusters. And once you have the clusters, then within these clusters, you can have benefits from the synergy of coming together. I would like to thank you so much for spending this time with us today afternoon and for opening up about various aspects of your work. Caroline, Joram, and Arnold, asanteni sana. And I believe there was a discussion about owing a cup of tea. I shall be buying. Thank you so much. And for everyone else who's with us, thank you for joining us for this session. This session will now close and we will be back in 20 minutes for the evening session, which will be broadcasting out of Munich. So Leonard Nima will be leading this session from Munich, and it will be scientific projects for sustainable change. So do join us in 20 minutes for this session. And in parallel, in 20 minutes from now as well, there will be a session on battery opportunities in e-mobility and batteries in East Africa. And this will be led by Battery Associates, Simon Engelke and Geoffrey Mutabazi. So if you would like to join that, please go to the workshop section and just click on it. And don't forget, if you're posting on social media, hashtag EA Impact Days. Thank you. Good evening.
Can I have a lotion? Come she on that like a laughing head. Don't see none there. She got to move the
All right, warm welcome everybody. Summer of Purpose, final part of our day 2, and this is our Science Gate day 2, so I'm very excited to welcome you all back here for our session. My pleasure to have our guests here, real guest in real life on stage, Professor Dr. Miranda Schröers, you're Professor for Environment and Climate Policies at the TUM School of Governance. Your topics all around climate policy, energy transitions, a lot of big topics, so that's something that we're going to talk about. Warm welcome and good to have you here.
Thank you so much.
The stomach of a human. There is a lot of part which about one of this, also 1/3 does not goes uneaten, and about 10% is due to bad harvesting and so stuff. This is hard to change. I mean, you can do something on improving the production. The another 10% goes to the supply chain, temperature control. You can also change it a bit, but the big lever is the consumer. About again, 1/3 of this 1/3 is caused by the consumer. So that means for some parts, like for fruits and vegetables, 30% of what we buy in Western countries is uneaten. It's thrown away. And you may say, okay, this is food, it's produced and doesn't matter. But what goes into food is always, it's water, it's CO2, it's fertilization. And if we just transfer the wasted food into CO2 emissions into a country, it would be the 3rd biggest country in terms of the emissions behind US and China. Much larger than the German CO2 emission. And this is what we all can do. So we can start thinking about, do I really need this banana? Do I really eat this banana? Or is it okay to buy this black banana also from the supermarket to save some energy, CO2 and water? And this is what all of us can do. This is one big lever of sustainability.
I think that will be an interesting topic that we go into. On the one hand side, policy and policy recommendations, regulations, the role of the consumer. Maybe we keep that for a little bit later in the discussion. What's important for you? I mean, then we talk about energy, right? I mean, this is your subject, how to make the world more energy efficient.
Yeah, basically this is the subject. So we are in the area of energy efficiency, utilizing heat which is still unused and producing some electricity out of it. So we're recycling the heat which is there anyway. And what we see and what we face there a lot of times is that they are aware that there are energy efficiency measures which can be done, but you really need to act now. So this, as you just mentioned, the figures and the hot summers and whatever is coming up, it's not coming up in a few hundred or a few thousand years. It's really in front of the door. So we really need to act now, and we need to find solutions so that these customer clients, the plants, the cement factory, the glass factory, the steel mill, the refinery, whatever, they're able also to take the technology which is there, which exists, so there are efficient process and is being implemented. And the second thing you just mentioned before was this awareness. I mean, about climate change and that we really have to do something is very important. Also, when I look on my sales meetings with the plant manager. So if he knows, okay, saving CO2 will bring him some benefit or even attracts new employees for him, or it's just a positive and an important topic in our society, this at the end also really impacts the decision of a plant manager who actually has to operate a glass factory or a steel mill and has 1,000 other problems than saving the world by saving a few tons of CO2. But by giving this such an awareness and an importance, this general trend supports the decision. So I'm happy that it comes more and more on the agenda, and we see this on a daily basis, that this really drives then climate change as well.
So that will be interesting. So the role of the consumers, the role of the policy, the role of the businesses, and that's also something where we can talk about the limitations and maybe the incentives to get them rolling, get them started. Before we do this, when we talk about energy, I mean, it's a lot about renewable energy, right? So solar, wind. Your topic is not so much on the agenda. We talked about this a little bit before. Why is that the case?
Well, you know, it's putting somewhere a windmill and solar panel, whatever, or even our machines, you can make a picture of, you can show this, but improving your process by energy efficiency, you can make a little press statement, but you cannot really show it in a way that you can market in this way. But I believe that, so still saving energy is still a bit unsexy, I would say, unfortunately. But yeah, I really hope with this grown awareness and yeah, simple need to act now, this changes a bit, because there is a huge potential, not just in the electricity sector, but also, for example, in the heat sector, where yeah, a lot of industry processes are still fossil fueled, and we really need technology to implement now and yeah, reduce the carbon emissions of those large emitters, this high energy intensive industry.
When you say it's unsexy, is that maybe also the case for some of the other topics in the sustainability field? Food waste, maybe on that level of sexiness, not so sexy.
It's a really good point. It's unsexy sometimes. My background is business, and I'm working with managers usually. And there are some managers that really work on sustainability, but there are some companies, mainly traditional companies, that are not so keen on sustainability because it's only costs. And then they reduce sustainability to something which is either sits at a corporate social responsibility department. There's somewhere a person who takes care for sustainability. There's somewhere a sustainability officer without a budget, without any responsibilities, but just organizing a nice sustainability day. I'm just portraying a bit. And then you have other topics that are unsexy. Maybe your topic is unsexy in terms of you save a bit of energy. This is a press clipping and that's it. And then you have others that just use it as a marketing gag. Yes. And this is disappointing. This is disappointing if sustainability is reduced to either CSR or marketing. Yeah. But I see a need and an urgency for the transformation. And companies moving more towards sustainability, also to other functions. Is it in the controlling, that they do life cycle assessment? Is it in the production, that they start using renewable resources? Sometimes they are forced by the policy because of CO2 prices, that they need to think about biogenic resources. But there is a transformation starting, but at a very slow pace. And
that would have been my next question. Do you see that transition happening where it goes way beyond just marketing? Because I would also say consumers, partners, at some point in time, they will smell if it's just marketing. So it will backfire at you. Or how do you perceive this?
You don't see it always. This is a challenge.
You smell.
You smell. Yeah, maybe you smell it, but yeah, you sometimes smell it if it's oil or so. No, but it's really. I mean, we have a lot of labels, green labels and stuff. And once I tried to understand some of the labels, but I didn't get it. And I don't try. They are good labels for sure, but I don't trust any label anymore because there are so many. Each company has now a label on a green, sustainable, blah blah, whatever. And this is a challenge for the consumers and also for the companies to whom should I rely? What is reliable in terms of what is really green? Is it green if a fashion company produces stuff in India and ships it to Europe, and we know that they spoil somehow the rivers, but we don't know because they don't care about it. There is not the transparency about it. But I get a label on it and say, okay, this is green, and so I take it. This is a challenge of the transparency on understanding the supply chain and who is producing it and which resources. It may also be child laborhood which is involved. It may be oil resources that are involved. That is not produced in Germany or maybe in our circle, what we can control, but in other countries, in other areas. And this is a big challenge for sustainability and transformation.
Is this also where then policy comes into play, but to get clarity into that jungle of labels and so on? And also, do you smell when policies are done for the wrong reasons?
I would say that policies aren't done for the wrong reasons so much as policies are done with different interests in mind. So different kinds of policies are pushed by different kinds of actors. But listening to this conversation here, I would first like to say that although all of these things are challenging, there's also a really innovative and creative component that can come with dealing with food waste or with energy efficiency, which you're starting to see much more with young people. They're really invested in how can I develop an app to make people think more about food, or how can I develop the messaging so that people understand the products that they buy are more or less sustainable. Or to make energy efficiency a little bit more sexy by saying, hey, we're the most energy efficient on the block. So we are starting to see more and more of that. And I always like to say, why is it that Germany, with its high prices, with its expensive labor, it has to import all of its resources? Why is Germany as competitive as it is? It's because for decades, energy efficiency and resource efficiency have been pretty high on the agenda. Of course, there's other reasons too, but that's played a big role. Same with Japan, same with Korea. And so resource efficiency around food can also be something to help improve competitiveness. But on the policy front, what we're really missing, why is it that we buy for cheapness in the short term rather than for sustainability in the long term? So most public purchasing is still not done in a way that promotes sustainability. So why not have requirements for the universities, for the businesses, for banks to be expected to purchase based on sustainability factors? That's something policy could do. That's something where we could set rules and regulations that would incentivize sustainable purchasing, sustainable consumption. Why not have expectations that products are produced primarily with recycled materials? Until now, it's always been the assumption you need new materials to go into everything. But we could recycle much more, and there'd be more incentive to recycle if we had policies that encouraged this. So I think there's a lot that can be done that links policy to the interests of business and encourages young people and existing businesses to shift in the direction of green and sustainable.
On that first aspect with the, let's say, time horizon, this would also be interesting to get the psychologists on board to explain this. I mean, this is one of the big tests in psychology, right? Would you value the 10 euros that I give you now or the 20 euros I give you next year, and see how you would respond? And this is exactly what you're saying, right? Yeah. So also there, it's a lot about behavior change and why are people acting the way they're acting. Because you mentioned it's about the consumer, but also the consumer is acting for thousands of different reasons. Why am I buying this t-shirt? Because I'm bored, because of status, because I like it, because I love shopping, yep. Whatever it is, right? So we have to deal also with these kind of aspects more and advance on this much more. Do you work together with psychologists then as well as sociologists in this field to really come to conclusions how to change behavior with people?
One of the things you realize when you work in this field is that interdisciplinarity is incredibly important. What you're saying here about the psychological aspects, the sociological aspects, that's really important if you want to move individuals or groups in their behavior, and try to understand what incentivizes people to purchase green or to purchase in a way that is socially acceptable or sustainable. At the same time, we need to think about how do we link people who work in the policy world with people who are concerned about small businesses, and how do you keep a structure of possibilities for small firms. And then you also need the engineers on board who are helping us to think about how do we do those energy efficiency improvements, or how do we build more efficient wind turbines, or link our buildings to the renewable energy infrastructure so that we have smarter buildings and we use our energy, our water, our resources more effectively.
Talking about the engineers, Markus. First of all, you should probably hire Professor Schröers for marketing. She will help you to make energy efficiency that really sexy topic out there. That is a new job for you. Is that the deal? Okay, cool. So when we talk about the solutions, actually, it always helps also to have something visual. I mean, that's something we talked about.
Definitely.
People need examples. Some of the topics are quite abstract, quite somewhere out there, and you need to show how things look like, right?
Yeah.
And maybe that's also something where we will take a look what you actually do. Because I'm not sure if everybody knows how the energy efficiency solution looks like yet. So we have a video where we see more about Orcan Energy and also hear a bit more about the story, and then we discuss further on this.
Great.
So let's take a look.
We are two addresses of Orcan Energy, a leading clean tech company here in Europe, based in Munich. And we try to tap the largest so far unused energy source in the world, waste heat.
Yeah, we both met at the university in our times where we did research on small-scale organic Rankine cycle systems. We showed that those systems can be built small-scale, they can be built up very cost-efficient and can operate dynamically. And based on these results, we decided as a team to spin off Orcan Energy from the Technical University of Munich.
We want to contribute to the global energy revolution, and we want to do that by providing clean electricity at the lowest possible cost. Because at the current system, we believe the economic driving force has to be respected, otherwise you generate no impact. And we want to generate impact. We want to help especially emerging markets and process industries to become cleaner now, today.
And we have already proven that this works. Our technology, the organic Rankine cycle, works like an ordinary steam power plant. But in a steam power plant, water is used as working fluid, and this starts to boil, as all of you know, at 100 degrees centigrade. Our working fluid, an organic substance, a refrigerant, like used in heat pumps, starts to boil even at ambient temperature. This allows us to exploit low-grade and small-scale heat sources.
So we are currently active in 3 market segments: power generation, marine, and industry. And in all of them, waste heat is a costly byproduct. So, for example, we try to help ships to become more efficient, more cleaner. We just have installed and commissioned and put into operation our products in a vessel in the Wattenmeer. And there the ships can save up to 260,000 liters of fuel per year per ship. So I think a really good impact that we can generate there. Or also we can help engines to become more efficient by tapping the hot flue gases of the engines and eject cooling water. But also processes such as the cement industry can be tapped, and this is by far one of the largest CO2 emitting industries worldwide. And I think that is a great example. We will have to use concrete for the next time to do our buildings, but we have to do that more efficiently and more economic friendly.
In Southeast Asia, we equipped one of the biggest engine power plants with our technology, producing at one single site emission-free and very cost-efficient electricity for more than 300,000 people.
What we have derived so far for Germany, about 18% of all households could be supplied with green electricity, cost-effective electricity, using the waste heat in the German industry. And worldwide, it probably is much larger, as many of the process industries, the heavy industries, have already left Germany and are somewhere in Asia. And that's why we are also active there. I think with the help of our technology, we can combine 2 important points: having clean energy, but also cost-effective energy, and we can solve the dilemma of being green or being competitive. I think it has to go hand in hand, and that is a building block that we can try to offer to the market, to society.
Research is done, so we have proven that our products run reliably. So the next step is to broaden their application in the market. For sure, we are also working on the improvement of our system and also on the improvement of the installation system. So these technologies which are needed to transform the heat from the exhaust gas, for example, from dusty, dirty exhaust gas, and transform this then into clean electricity.
Well, I think E.ON understands itself as an agent in the energy transition, so bringing good technologies, good solutions to their customer and providing no-worry packages to their customers with their know-how, with their financial capabilities. So it's a quite natural fit that we partner and they take our technology to their customers with a no-worry package, finance solutions, for example. And we have done so, for example, for Bertelsmann, or also for a geothermal plant here in the south of Germany, in Kerweidach, where E.ON bought products from us, and we helped this specific site to be more effective, use the energy that is a fluctuating one here to produce additional electricity for the greenhouse next to the borehole or the residents around the area. Probably the time already has been out a couple of years ago. So I think we have to act. There's not a problem of research. What we have to do next, it's how we implement it and how we capture the consequences of getting more greener in society. Of course, we have to do research for, let's say, the solution that we have to implement in 10 years. But it's very important to act now, to use the time that is left with the CO2 budget to not over-stress the planet and to end up in a catastrophe.
So it was good to see some insights, to really learn how it works. I mean, I've got a little bit more into engineering. I'm not sure how you feel about it. It still sounds very complicated. We still need to work a little bit on the marketing then to make it really easy to explain. No, but that was a good job. I would like to open up a different dimension, the international perspective, and maybe on all three topics. First of all, how can we bring solutions into a different context? How do policies differ? And maybe also on your topic, when we talk about supply chains, this is a global topic, right? We're talking about global supply chains being interconnected. I'd like to start with you. How can we transfer your solution, which is a high-tech solution, quite innovative, into different constellations? Today is also East Africa Impact Days. They've mentioned Southeast Asia, but how do you see it, transferability into other countries?
Yeah, well, first of all, waste heat is no local phenomenon which we just have here. It's basically everywhere. So everywhere you have some industries, some power generation, you have this untapped heat source or this energy source. So we were faced from the beginning on talking about where is the real first market, how can we bring our products also to further countries. But still, what is very important and what we see also in the when we talk with also international customers, I mean, we have plenty of references in Asia, several hundred actually, but they were looking out, okay, did you do it in Germany? How did you make it? How could you prove that you have not just the technology, but you really implement it, so you overcame the first typical problems. I mean, this is still a power plant. It doesn't feel like that, but at the end, it's a power plant technology. So how did you show me that you realized it? And now what we are facing about internationalization, what's very interesting is also that large corporates, which are, for example, in old industries like cement or steel industries, or even in the glass industry, we have companies which are operating all over the world, some of their plants, and even they start looking, say, okay, let's start here in Germany with one of our lighthouse factories, and then let's transfer, if it works here, within our corporation towards other countries, towards other sites, where we maybe don't have this infrastructure. On the technology, so Germany is very, very important, I would say, showroom. Of course, it has to have a business case, and there needs to be a good reason why they do it here as well, but also for large corporates, it's a good showroom. On a technology perspective, of course, I mean, we need to always see the specific environmental or ambient or local requirements, like in Southeast Asia where we have our machines. It's very hot and dusty outside. There was no street to the power plant where we had to build our machines. So you really need to think maybe you can make it a bit easier, can strip down some things, or even make it more robust. So you have to think about the local requirements, but if you do this early enough before developing the product or adapting it for a new market, this is everything doable. It's very important to have real references working. So the customers always ask, oh, how many references do you have? And then the second question is, how long does the longest one operate? How long is it in operation? So they want to see that it really is safe and operates, and this is something we can build up directly in front of the door, and with this scale up and showcase that it's possible to utilize heat from a glass furnace, for example.
And I mean, especially since it's infrastructure, you want to have a long duration. Yeah. I mean, you're not talking about 5 years, 10 years, but you want to have something that's reliable, and that's something you also have to prove and build up over time. Orkan energy is not that old that it's decades, years old, so also this is something you have to prove, and time will only tell.
Especially in the beginning. I mean, we were talking, we have 15 years lifetime. I said, like, oh, you have 3 years company lifetime. I said, yeah, but you have 10 references. Like, yeah, but still, how long are they operating? And then you need in the marketing and sales process, you also need to be creative and work out and check why do we believe that it will operate 15 years? And these answers, telling this to customers, typically helps them also to understand and get some trust. Of course, you won't get with the first units the most conservative refinery, but step by step now we see with the large references publishing here, we see the reference effect in our sales funnel. So we see how the customers react on that large industry customers have done it. We see that other zinc smelters, for example, from out of Germany, are looking at this reference and try to implement it as well, because it was done already. So this is very interesting. But the beginning, of course, is quite a nut to crack.
One thing that was also mentioned in the video, the cement industry and the role of the construction industry contributing to CO2 emissions. Do we have this actually high on the agenda? Are we all really aware? Probably not, because it's about mobility. How do you see this also when it comes to policy?
The construction industry, along with the steel industry, are two of the biggest emitting industries globally. And if you look at emissions coming from big cement-using countries like China, they are enormous. So every percentage improvement we can make in how cement is manufactured, the efficiency improvements are super important. What's also very, very important is to think about how we can develop energy systems that help us to deal with these kinds of sectors. And there is still need for more research in some areas. So right now there's a lot of investment going into hydrogen fuel technologies. In Europe, in Germany, we're very interested in green hydrogen. How can we use excess renewables on a super windy day? You transform that through various processes. You develop hydrogen fuels, and then you can use them for cement manufacturing or production. So that's one aspect to look at. Another aspect to look at is whether or not cement might be manufactured in other ways, so that the inputs into cement might look different than they do today. So there's already a lot of experimentation going on with new kinds of building materials, cement mixed with, for example, recycled materials. So that's also a possibility. But the other thing to look at is, are there also possibilities to build with other materials altogether? And I think we're going to see more building with wood in the future as well, when we look especially at urban infrastructure. And that's where yet another discipline comes in, the architects. We need to get the architects and the urban planners to be working with us and thinking about how do we build cities that are going to be resilient against heat, resilient against drought or very heavy rains, because temperatures and climates are going to be changing. So we really do see the need for all sectors to be involved, all disciplines, and for everybody to realize that they can make a contribution more sustainability.
And what's really interesting is we're talking a lot about innovative materials. We have to innovate in this field, new technologies, and then when we talk about new materials for construction, wood, yes. I mean, it's not the most innovative out there, right? But it's right now promoted heavily when you think of Professor Schellenhuber, who's one of the leading climate activists. They're actively promoting wood in the construction. And also their European Green Deal, the new European Bauhaus, now this topic is kind of gaining momentum. So also there a good moment in time where things are hopefully changing in the right direction.
I think it's important because we haven't really thought about how much energy is going into our architecture. In a city like Munich, most of the building right now is based on cement. And if there were more focus on how to use wood, it could help us deal with the temperature changes, the efficiency of the buildings. We have to recognize that cement also uses a lot of sand, and sand is also a limited resource. And we have to ask what this import of sand to build with cement means for biodiversity in many parts of the world.
And then also the value chains, the supply chains come into play there. How do we make them efficient when it comes to construction, to all these topics? Switching gears a little bit, because we talked about interdisciplinarity at first, and I want to open up a different topic here as well. We have the campus for biotechnology and sustainability. That's a different topic at TUM as well. And maybe it's also a little bit linked because biotechnology will lead to new materials, will lead to a more sustainable future. What is actually happening there at the campus? I want to gain some insights.
I mean, it perfectly links to what you said before. In the end, we need to replace fossil energies, cement, with biogenic resources. And this is the core of that campus, the new campus of the TUM, which was founded 4 years ago in Straubing, which is in the northeast of Munich, in an area where we have a lot of wood and where we have a lot of farmers. So this is an area of renewable resources. You have wood, farming, and this is a nice ecosystem which is often called for to develop sustainable products from people that research on the chemistry, on the technology side, also on the material science side. So there are people that working or researching on wood construction, on stickers that replace on chemistry, on synthetic green fuels. That all stuff can replace, and then this is also then wrapped up with people from management that brings this to economic sustainability, sustainable products. So this is a kind of bringing this idea together, and this is what you mentioned, is the idea of bioeconomy. So we're using biogenic products, resources, reusing them, and bringing them to a production state that is efficient. And I wanted to make up another point that you mentioned. I mean, in the end, I think if you ask 100 people about, do you want to have a green product or a traditional product? I guess 98 will say, let's buy the green one, and the traditional maybe only 2, because they want to stick on it. But are we not buying the green one? Because it's a price, it's a cost. And this is the issue on the cost, the willingness to pay, the willingness to invest into green products, into maybe more expensive constructions. So there are programs for house building, the KfW in Germany, for example. You have programs where you get subsidies, you get cheaper loans and so on. When you fulfill some criteria, you will get this one. But it's still not compensating for the cost. So you need to have the money for it to invest by yourself a bit, or being able to afford it. If you can't afford it, you can talk a lot about sustainability. This is our issue. We have been, and sometimes we have to trade off between, or sometimes always we have to trade off between sustainability and costs. And this requires a mind shift, that we don't think always, okay, this is a biogenic product, this tomato costs 50 cents more. I'm willing to invest in it or not. You need to have a mind shift into this. There should not be a question about.
A mind shift and also a policy shift.
Policy shift, yeah.
Because if we set the right policies, then we get the right prices. Right now, the policies don't bring us in that direction. The policies push us to go towards the cheapest price, but the cheapest price may in the end be a much more expensive price.
Yeah.
They don't push us towards that longer term sustainability thinking, and that's where I think we need to get people who care about sustainability to talk with our policymakers and say, we're doing things wrong. Let's start doing them right.
Right. Fully agree. Because I believed in the invisible hand of Adam Smith that somehow the market will control it. But if you look on some things, some people move to sustainable green products, but not all. And we need support from the government, not only regulations but also incentives, that we have the opportunity to move into this one. Your company should have the opportunity, incentives. There should be governmental incentives on a global scale, not just on a national scale, that this energy is reused again.
Yeah, but we see already, of course, there are some incentives, especially in industries where you have low electricity prices. Like in Germany on the large industries, it's like that. Even though the households pay a quite high price, there are some incentives. But we also were able, because we focused from the beginning on to have not the best efficiency or the greenest or whatever solution on our product. We always thought about the best economics. So we wanted to have the lowest specific invest, because we knew, this is everybody who talks with 10, 15 customers out there, it's the decisions today, and we need to act now. What we said a lot of times is they decide because of the economics, because of the good business case, and of course, CO2 saving is and the green stuff is a nice byproduct which you can market and do, I don't know how many press releases. But I think also we're also talking about us, but also about other energy efficiency solutions. Energy efficiency is always energy saving, so it's cost saving, so there is basically a business case. So let's try to really think about this, not always what we Germans and engineers like to do from the best technical perspective, but really from the best economic perspective, because this, as of today, I believe with all incentives and future programs, everything okay. I completely agree with you, but today we really need to see that we get the best business case and a good economic situation for the customer, and then the innovation follows. I mean, now we have several hundreds of units. We can start developing own machines with higher efficiencies and achieve stuff like that, try new working fluids, whatever. So we can improve by that. So this really helps, and we see that this also drives the customer decision. Of course, incentives are nice, but incentives are also sometimes temporary, which threatens also some customers and helps you not really to enter a new market when maybe the CO2 price will leave again. So yeah.
But maybe to jump in here, of course you have to be efficient when it comes to your economics, but most of the solutions, maybe also at the campus then that you're innovating, they are not there yet. So that will take quite a long time to get to something that is economically viable. Think of the biofuels. I mean, there's a lot of work on algae-based biofuels. Until they are out there in the market, you need to overcome this. So incentives might play a big role, but then you also talked about the real price of products. I mean, then externalities come into play. This is fundamental. So when you consider the real price, you mentioned the green product or the traditional product. Green one, more expensive? No, the traditional might be more expensive, but we're not accounting for the externalities.
Totally, right on. And actually the price structure right now is leaning in the direction of cheap fossil fuels and cheap use of products that make the cement that we have here. And it's not based on those externalities. We're not taking into account the health damage that comes from burning of fossil fuels, the damage that's done to environmental landscapes or to noise pollution and things like this. And if we were to take those externalities more into account, then we probably would have price structures that would make your business even more exciting, right? So right now, fossil fuels are still subsidized globally at huge scales. We often hear, oh, the renewables are being subsidized. The reality is it's the fossil fuels that are being subsidized. If we had a price on carbon, not like it is today, but a price that really took those externalities into account, then the shifts would start to happen much, much more quickly. And if we had prices on the imports of resources that are causing massive damage in developing countries and threatening the human health of a lot of people who are forced to extract things from mines or hauling them out of the Amazon in ways that are just humanly degenerating, we really need to think about how to shift this. And it's also a chance for the next generation, right? Who wants to do things the way your parents did them, right? You want to build a new and better world. You want to have new innovation. You don't want to do the same old technologies you've done in the past. So, let's get with it. Let's start.
Is that what you call intrinsic motivation? You don't want to do it the way your parents did, right?
Right.
That's the definition of it. Very good. Yeah, I mean, the pricing, it's heavily debated right now when it comes to CO2 pricing. It might be good for your business, but it will be bad certainly for some other businesses. So you will face strong headwind. I mean, it sounds nice. We need to kind of price in externalities and then things will work. Reality is much different, isn't it? Why are we not there? Why are we not able to implement things where we know this could be the solution?
Because for 30 years, we've had a lot of industries that have been putting on the brakes and saying we're not ready for this change. But the reality is the planet isn't waiting for us anymore, and it's no longer a question of how much longer can we brake. Just today or yesterday, David Attenborough, who's this wonderful 93 or 4-year-old British a biologist who's been watching what we've been doing to the planet for the last 75 years. It's scary when you listen to what we've done, how much biodiversity we've lost, what's happening with global temperatures. And he's basically said we have a decade. But what I liked so much about his presentation was we have a decade, and this is a decade of hope and opportunity and potential for change. Because we have bright minds that can come up with new technologies, and we have a whole generation of young people in the developing world who are eager to make a difference. And, working together across disciplines, it's fun, right? We're looking forward to working together
sometimes
a lot
yes,
more.
sometimes no.
My first answer would be demanding, working across disciplines. But it's paying off. One point on the pricing is that we don't have the transparency. I mean, if you look on supply chains, if you look on car, they have transparency to tier 1, tier 2, maybe tier 3. But we don't know what is going to be produced in Asia, in India, in China, in South America, and so on. This is a challenge to really get these externalities. What is the price of a tier 5 supplier on the 5th stage of a supply chain where you source something? We don't have this transparency. There's the German supply chain law, this Lieferkettengesetz, that somehow tries to get forces companies to look into it, but it's a challenge to really get this transparency and then to get the price. But what is the environmental impact? What is the impact on the society? Do they protect human rights? Do they engage childs for the labor? Do they have or do they have slaves? There are 45 million people on the globe that are working as modern slaves. That means they don't have the opportunity to change their job. They're under pressure, under debts, or so on. And we don't need to look so far. There are in Europe, it's estimated that there are more than 1 million slaves, modern slaves. And it's in the industry, it's in cleaning industries, it's in the sex industry. There are many slaves that work under conditions that are not acceptable. And we don't see this in Europe. And how should we see this then in a country, in a different country where we can't see it? And if you ask someone in these countries what is sustainability, they will tell you, sustainability is for me if I get food for tomorrow. Mm-hmm. They don't care too much. They have other things to take care for. They see the climate change, but they want to survive. But these are sometimes the countries where we source things and where we buy the things where we benefit of. And then how should we price this? Yeah. How should we really price this stuff in that someone is engaging a slave? I mean, this is always in the benefit of us. Yeah. We benefit from cheap prices.
And how do we make consumers aware of the reality of the products they're buying?
Yeah, and one thing that is really important also for us to acknowledge when we talk about we have to do this and that, we have to do this and that, to acknowledge that for many people in different parts of the world, priorities are different. So this is not number one priority, and priorities are shifting and maybe also constantly shifting depending on the situation. As I said about the study that came out now because of COVID-19, this is now perceived, of course, the biggest risk globally. Climate change, not so much anymore. And now think about people in a completely different situation, completely different environment. One more thing I would just want to touch base on. You said because for the past 30 years there have been powerful players, foot on the brake. If I take a pessimistic view, also for the next 30 years we will have powerful players with a foot on the brake. Think of these global supply chains. It's not just only about transparency. Within all these supply chains, there are these powerful players who will push back. Do you think that is the case or not?
Yes, I think yes. Because they have, I mean, there are many issues. One issue is the contract of a CEO is sometimes 4 or 5 years, and he wants to fulfill the targets within the 4 or 5 years. He's not looking into targets of 2035 or 2045. Some are doing it, some are not, because they have a different contract and they have different incentives. They can't react differently because they need to fulfill the stock market. Simple as it is. They have the obligation to fulfill the stock market and to pay back the debts, pay their workers and so on. And it's hard because it's a cost issue. And there are one, as I said, there are many issues. The other issue is, I mean, there are companies that earn a good money in their area. Why should they change? What is their incentive to change? They do something a bit on marketing. These are these people that have a sustainability officer somewhere. They do something little bit on it, but they still earn a lot of money and they don't need to change. And but there is a change in the society with all the movements. Is it Fridays for Future? Climate change initiatives, some of purpose. There are many things that drive this change.
Yeah, and I think you also are starting to see developments we haven't seen in the past. So that the German Constitutional Court has put pressure on the German government to say it's not all right to have climate targets that are pushed back beyond 2030 so that the majority of the burden of climate change action gets passed on to next generations. You have to do it now. Or the Dutch courts, which just told Shell that Shell needs to do more on climate change. We're also starting to see players where you wouldn't have expected it in the past. Saudi Arabia, fossil fuel giant of the world, is now one of the biggest investors in solar energy. We're starting to see China doing some work with the Chinese government to try to pursue how can we promote green value chains in China. And if the Chinese authorities say from now on this needs to be part of how products are manufactured in China, that starts to have big impacts. And when you were talking about CEOs, right now they are measured because boards measure them on profit turnaround. But what happens if boards were to have a sustainability requirement as a measurement of CEO performance? That's what China now expects of its city mayors, of its provincial governors. They have to perform not only economically, they have to perform increasingly on climate change and sustainability. So there too, we just need to think creatively, how do we change the incentive structures for all actors to be more sustainable?
But on the company part, I mean, we've seen it with Danone, big global player, where this actually was the case. So that also doesn't happen intrinsically just from the inside. You still have powerful forces who work against it at some point in time. So maybe then policy again comes into play to foster this, to really kind of, set this in stone.
Of course, it's not going to be easy. There's always going to be opposition. There are people who are going to be winners and losers. So one thing you do need to think about is how do you bring the losers along? How do you find alternatives for them? So if you're phasing out of a fossil fuel industry, or if you're phasing out of a polluting industry, how do you help workers transform into new industries, educational projects? How do you think about creative solutions? There are possibilities, but it certainly won't be easy.
Maybe one point on this, just to add, and I find this super interesting that you say there will be winners and losers. I had quite a few debates recently with the German Environment Minister, Fridays for Future and so on. When we discussed this, some players really got upset and say, no, there can't be losers, we have to take everybody on board. Yes, the objective should be to get everybody on board, but it should also be that we are rational, are aware that there will be losers if we don't address it in the proper way. Is that the sad truth somehow or not?
We're basically all losers if we don't change, right? That's the bottom line. We are all big-time losers.
She said we're all losers if, so it's not like we're all losers, okay?
So we need to change. That's the second bottom line. And then the question is, how do we change in such a way that we make a rapid change, but do our best possible to make a more equitable world, less of this slavery you're talking about, and at the same time bring those players along that have provided jobs for people for a long, long time, or have contributed a lot to our economic development in the past, not to demonize, but to say, you know, there's a new future, invest in the new future.
Maybe difficult final question here, that's a difficult one. What keeps you positive that we will not be all losers?
I would say over the last 1 to 2 years, my daily experience with talking with the customers, with the real people who can change it. So there is, of course, all the subsidies, all the pressure, pain, gain, logics, whatever, coming from the government at the end will help. But we've figured it out as well that customers with CEOs saying, 4 years payback, 5 years payback because it's too much, they react positively if you come up with a financing solution. If you build up then over a 20-year lease contract, something which at the end saves each month some money without an investment, with an initial investment which you wouldn't have now. So with creativity and new solutions also on the economic situation, of course, government pressure and subsidies always help and accelerate it. It is and it was possible to go into really conservative markets like the large energy-intensive industries. We're not talking about the 20-year-old student buying a greener product. We're really talking about the very conservative industries, and it is possible to convince them with working solutions, with references in there, and this keeps me really positive that it is possible to make it real and to do it now and save CO2 already now. And this, for me, feels like the real begin, and all the measures which will come up and the awareness about green things just accelerates this and opens doors for even further technologies. But seeing this in the market, how they reacted 5-6 years ago, and now, this really keeps me very positive thinking about tomorrow.
What keeps you positive, Professor Hübner?
We have the human intelligence, artificial intelligence, technologies, management capabilities, policies that can work together and build the fundament for a bio-based and sustainable economy.
Professor Schroers, final words, outlook into the positive future?
You know, if we have learned anything from these last year and a half of the COVID period, it's that human health and sustainability are closely linked to one another. And we've also learned that we can change pretty rapidly. So the amount of invention that has gone on in this last year and a half has been enormous. And I think that should be for us a lesson for change is possible, it can lead to something better, and let's have some fun doing it.
Let's have some fun doing that. So with this, I think this is great final words. We can't top this, okay? So we stop with the fun. I hope everybody who is watching us feels like a winner now with lots of new insights. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. This is your round of applause from our audience here. And thanks again. Have a good evening, everyone, and I'll see you back tomorrow, East Africa Impact Days. Thank you. Good evening. Bye.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
Come
We are finally here on the closing aspect of the first day of the African Impact Days. Today, it's my honor to remember one of the greatest women who I meet in my life. And believe me, I meet many interesting people. I'm talking about Wangari Maathai. And Wangari Maathai is a role model for every woman as an inspiration. And she studied here in Munich, and she brought the whole environment thoughtful into Kenya and create a movement, what we call the Green Belt Movement. And when I meet the first time Wangari Maathai, it was 2011, 10 years ago. And we was responsible to do a huge business conference in Paris. And it was not easy to find a keynote speaker because it was all about then the BASF, the German chemical company, want to have an entrance market to Kenya and an entrance market to Africa. So it was very shaky to convince Wangari Maathai to do a speech. But finally, I went to Kenya, I had a talk to her, and then she followed to Paris. And today, 10 years after, she passed away in the same years, sadly, about much too early, about the cancer sickness. A couple of weeks later, when we had this job, she passed away. But we have the video, and 3 minutes of this video we will show now. And it's the first time after 10 years we show this video. And may I can ask the regie to give us the video of Wangari Maathai.
I have a lot of hope for Africa. And I think that tomorrow holds much, much better opportunities for Africa than yesterday. Political leadership in Africa is extremely important. We need political leadership. We need moral commitment by leaders in order to create the environment in which we can do business with a concern, with a sense of values, with a sense of humanity. The role that companies like yours can play is to refuse to play the old game and to become part of the solution rather than part of the problem. We have values, values of compassion, values of caring, values of nurturing, values of wanting to look beyond ourselves and providing a service that goes beyond ourselves. One of the advantages that we now have is that we are opening up the borders between East African countries. And so by opening up these markets, I think that it's going to create a huge opportunity for a company like BASF. They will be able to expand, and as they expand, you will create jobs. Well, I think Africa's strength has largely been in her enormous natural resources. The second strength, I would say, is its huge number of young people and more of educated people who are willing to take opportunities that are made available. You can see that there is a desire to change, a desire to take Africa in a different direction. I can't wait to see a few examples in Africa that will produce the tiger of Africa. And the words this evening of shared humanity, of values, reflect that. I am 100% sure that production, by making your customers more successful, the more you give them the capacity, whether it is the capital, whether it is the skills, or whether it's the expertise, which is often lacking, they will be able to expand. And as they expand, you will create jobs. And you will find a market that is very eager for jobs. To me, these are very good signs and indicate to an opportunity for Africa. And my greatest desire in life is to be able to hold, I hope, to continue holding as many hands as I can. I can never give back enough for what I have been given by others.
Wow, wow, wow. Wangari Maathai, the first woman in Africa who got the Peace Nobel Prize. Wangari Maathai, a woman who fights against every ignorance to the nature. Elizabeth, can you hear me? Hell, we can't hear you, but probably you can hear us. Oh, Elizabeth, I don't hear you. Can we see to work a little bit on the technique? Oh, no yet. Can I have a sign from the... By the way, a big applause to the guys who make our technique here and to the directors. The whole day. Is it about Elizabeth or is it about us here? Oh, it's about Elizabeth. Oh.
And we could hear her just a moment ago. She said something, so it somehow worked.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can hear Elizabeth. Did you watch the video of Wangari? Did you saw it?
Yes, I saw the video of Wangari.
Isn't she beautiful? You're from Kenya, so does she play a role for you as a young lady now, 10 years after she passed away?
I think Wangari has played a role for me as a Kenyan woman since I think I was 6 years old, and she was the first Kenyan woman to get a PhD. I mean, that's how far back she has been an icon in my life. She was the first woman to get a PhD, which meant at 6 years old, I wanted to know what a PhD was. She was the woman who stood up to the authorities and protected one of our green spaces in the city. You know why green spaces were important?
Oh. We lost her. Elizabeth. Yeah. The first woman. Can we hear you again? Try it again.
I think so.
Yeah, we hear you. Wonderful. So keep on. The inspiration for you for Wangari.
Okay. So she was inspiring. I mean, I think ever since I was a young woman and all the way up to now, as a person who had hope for Africa, as a person who was trying to transform various global systems, which I think is still an important discussion to have, and which I am very glad to have had her saying in the video that companies have a role to play, and one of the roles that companies can play is to change the game and not play the old game. And by the old game, if you are African, we're about Africa.
Okay, Elizabeth, we will see you tomorrow. And tomorrow morning, we also will have the daughter of Wangari Maathai with us. I would like to thank you for the whole day of being the master of ceremony. You did a great job. And I'm looking forward to see you in person. On the memory of Wangari Maathai, we have to see, she was the first woman who got the Peace Nobel Prize. She was the first woman in Africa who had a PhD, in Kenya, and makes a PhD. But she was so much close to the people. And that's what I really loved on her. And Walter, you're with us. Walter, you can hear me?
I can hear you clear.
Oh,
well.
Walter, you know Wangari Maathai by person as well. I know, we always remember on Nelson Mandela, we love Kofi Annan, but I really like to remember on the great woman of Africa equally to Nelson Mandela or to Kofi Annan. What was your personal relation to Wangari?
So I first met Wangari, who, like you said, she was beautiful in every meaning of this word. I mean, she was a incredibly beautiful person, woman, leader, and that became so obvious when I organized together with some other business leaders a big business forum during the Istanbul Global Summit of the United Nations that was something like 25 years ago, and I invited her to meet with me with leaders that had come from the US, that were African American leaders that for the first time left the United States and arrived in this huge melting pot of over 100,000 civil society activists and business leaders and officials and so forth for this global summit. And so I invited Wangari to meet with these people that we had partly invited. And it was so wonderful to see this young woman from the Bronx that I will never forget, how she was listening to Wangari, and then tears were just running down her cheeks silently, And then I asked her what's happening, and then she was sharing that she never met an African women leader that was, really embodying the full potential of what Africa has to offer to the world, and that there was this direct link of the ancestry. And there were more, young African American leaders in this meeting, and one by one they were sharing how deeply they were impacted and inspired and encouraged by Wangari. And then we brought Wangari into many other meetings. As I said, we did, a 3-hour briefing for the global summit officials that were negotiating the global plan of action. And we were bringing a completely new vision of business and economy. It's the first time that sustainable business and economy was brought into, the big General Assembly of the UN. And we gave lots of examples of how you can fully integrate the regeneration of people and planet with business success and economic development. And at the time, this was very rarely addressed in these circles. And Wangari, of course, was so much an embodiment of the pragmatism combined with the inspiration. And, her sheer strengths, the power that she exuded this power for compassion, for empathy, for sustainability, for goodness, put a lot of reinforcement, and we, brought also other leaders from the global south there, and, together we were able to create kind of the embodiment of a message, right? If you want to tell something, sometimes it only lands in people's minds. It's just an idea, it's maybe a good idea, a nice idea, and then it floats by and other ideas replace it. But I think she really helped to really ground that idea into a reality where many people that I spoke even years later still told me how impressed they were by meeting her. And then I worked with her on a number of other occasions. And each time, she brought her full being, and I think this is really something that we can learn from Wangari, but also generally from the global south and from Africa, that it's not only about what we say, it's really who we are, that we need to really support the overall transformation of our whole being, because if things really land deeply inside of us, then our action becomes naturally informed by them. And I think this is really what she stood for.
Absolutely.
And,
Now, Walter, I just can more agree. The last moment when we had with her, before she goes on stage, she put her textiles in front and says to me, Hans, I have to be a little bit evil because I have to push these guys in the right direction. And I really loved it. Secondly, what I love on her, she always tells me, as many people who think on a high thinking, but just should think more with their heart, and we have all to learn to work with our hands again. And that's what she did. She planted one tree after the next one. She bring all the people together, the green belt, but the people who made doesn't know it. It's with the green belt around Kenya to rebuild a whole mountains back into a natural power. She was every day fighting for the environment, every day to do her stuff. You brought us two friends with you, Walter, who are basically also close friends to Wangari. May you introduce us to your two friends?
Yes, so first I would like to introduce Thais Corral, who is a dear friend to both Wangari and myself. And she worked very closely with Wangari. And I let her introduce what she is doing in the world, because she is also an amazing woman leader who has contributed so much to the women's movement and to Brazil, where she's from, and to the international community. And as I said, was a very close friend and colleague of Wangari. Thais, why don't we start with you and you share with us?
Yeah, thank you very much, Wangari, and thank you for inviting me to be in this panel that honors Wangari. She indeed was a friend, but also a big inspiration. And I was trying today, before the panel, just to connect to the qualities that Wangari had, and especially the ones that so much touched me. And I think that one of the most, I would say, that I would highlight, besides everything we know she did, was her humbleness. She was so humble in terms of, she had that spirit of serving the earth, serving the people, serving the people, the ones that were around her, and without limits. And I remember the last time I saw her in 2004 in the climate change, the UNFCCC conference in Kenya, that she said, "Hi, Thais, it was in 2006, I think. She said, I hardly had time to pee," because there she had all the journalists around her, everybody that wanted to talk to her, and she always said yes. She had that generosity that is very uncommon, and that was what since I met Wangari, and we met around the 1992 Earth Summit. We were part of this new organization that was created to organize women around the world around the theme of environment and development, and this organization was set in in the US, and Wangari was a friend of Bella Abzug, which was the leader, the leader that created We Do. And we met out there. And I think that throughout the process, Wangari would always say more or less the simple things. And I remember that one of the things that she said while everybody was trying to creating like a big vision, I think that she was always looking into the ones that wouldn't have access or that could so to find the way in which they would participate. And this was the case of the Green Belt movement. No, that she said, I came back to Kenya and I want to create a political movement, of course, related to the needs of people, to democracy, which was a big thing for her always, And she saw that the only thing that all these illiterate women and men could do was actually plant trees. And as she herself, and she says that in her book, in her biography, About, that shows that since she was a child, the environment in which she was created, full of rivers and trees, was so much in her soul that she carried it through all her life. So she said all the natural resources, the natural world was all that we had. So connecting the women in Kenya, again, to that possibility of recreating the environment in which they had, and which was in many places destroyed, was the way of connecting them also to a human rights movement and to democracy. And that's what she did so the Green Belt was from the beginning a political movement, and that was the reason why she was also selected to the Nobel Peace Prize, because they wanted for the first time create peace, the protection of environment as a way to peace, which was the main message of Wangari, So I have many stories with her, because many times we shared rooms in hotels, in World Conference, and sometimes I would take her to museums, and she said, it's only you to take me to this, because she had that spirit of an activist. Every cause, every fight, Wangari was there, but in a very, I would say, gentle and not only peaceful, but she was this being of light. She didn't have even to open her mouth, but she would be noticed, because she had that charisma of somebody that came to this world to kind of show another possibility. So I think she did her journey. She touched, I'm sure that Wangari touched every human being that was in contact with her, And I believe that she honoring her and remembering her is very important for the new generation, because no matter in which situations she was, no matter how much titles or awards she received, she would be always the same. She would always talk to people. She would always find a way to kind of open her doors to people. And I think this is her legacy, in terms of her femininity and her truth, which she never left, from the beginning to the end. So I don't know what more to say, but I am still a big admirer of her, and still have her in my heart as one of the most special persons that I met in my life.
Wonderful. Thanks for sharing all this. It's a great honor then you do this. And when Wangari, what we have also to say in this way, she was always joyful. When we arrived, we had a small bus in Paris. She was singing. Everybody had to sing with her. And she was a rebel, and she was a joyful person and generous in the same time. And yes, her biography shows she also had courage, and she was punished by the government. She was in the prison, comes back, fighting against, and she was a woman who fights against an enormous pressure from the man. And I think her biography should inspire as many young people as possible in Africa. Walter, you brought us a second friend. Can you introduce?
Yes, of course. And let me say one thing before that, which is Wangari also understood that planting trees is not a new technology. Many people think that technology will solve all the problems. And the latest thing is we're going to plant 1 trillion trees. And then what? Then we have 1 trillion trees and people are going to chop them down. If you don't develop the people and the communities and the business opportunities at the same time as you plant the trees, as we're doing it, for example, in the Amazon, you will not have a sustainable tree life. So we have to always think within the whole system. And that was what she really contributed, right? So she's known very much for the trees, but for her, the trees were the whole ecosystem. And the ecosystem can't exist with all the people working together. And that's why her compassion, her empathy, her inspiration was so important. And this is also why I wanted to bring Nombolelo, who is a colleague, a new colleague of mine, because together with POP, who you have seen today also on this forum, we are creating with many other partners a wonderful new initiative called Impact Africa, in which we will specifically empower young people and women entrepreneurs to bring exactly these solutions into Africa and the world that you heard about during today. And so I wanted to ask Nombolelo to give us your impression of Wangari and about what you heard about her and whatever you want to share with us from your perspective.
Thanks, Walter, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. For me, watching that video, I had two, reactions. It felt that I had actually met her before and I had interacted with her, but we've never really met. The first time that I heard of her was when I was part of the youth volunteer course at the African Union, because she's one of the much celebrated icons on the continent. So we got to learn a lot about her. So for me personally, I really think and feel that we would have really connected and clicked, especially in the issues of when she mentioned that the African youth is one of the best resources, is the second resources after the natural resources that we have. And with my sphere of work, I have so much passion for the youth, startups and, entrepreneurship and innovation in general. So I really wish wishing doesn't really help. The only thing that we can only do is really making sure that we really push what she started. And I'm really proud and glad to be standing on shoulders of a great woman like her. So I really am looking forward to what we will do together, Walter, because I really think that we will be amplifying what she had started as well. And she speaks about a very important, she mentions entrepreneurship, market expansions. She mentions creating jobs, especially for young people. And if she were alive, she'd be so glad to learn that Africa has recently signed a free trade area agreement and is in the process of making a market expansion, which was almost impossible for the ordinary citizen, now possible. And instead of East Africa, now we can all integrate and, without any barriers and just do business with each other, which is also another area which I think is an opportunity not to miss in all what we're trying to do. So I really am looking forward, and yes, I really am inspired greatly by what she's doing. And I really, another important thing which I think we overlook, especially us as young people, is this intergenerational exchange and knowledge exchange. We, as young people, we have a tendency of, this whole know-it-all syndrome, and we think we have the solutions and we don't have anything to learn anymore. But that is not so true. So I don't know how we could also put that component to really be deliberate about setting up some intergenerational dialogue / empowerment between the older people and the young people from Africa and globally as well, because there's a lot that we could learn and exchange from each other. So
yeah.
I'm so excited.
And
yeah.
Talking about business, we have to say she also was a big friend and a big admirer to Professor Yunus. This is what we talked today, the whole day, about social business or social business. And Wangari was an enormous fan about the model, and the social business gives us an enormous opportunity. One of our 7 principles is do it with joy, and this is what's combined us. It was a big pleasure for me to have this day 1 finished with the memory of Wangari, and tomorrow morning we start again with her. Thanks a lot for your contribution, and let's see how we shape tomorrow in our 2nd day of the East African Social Impact Days. I want to say thanks to all my colleagues who prepared from the Grameen Creative Lab. Thanks a lot, Maria, and the whole Big Five who did a great job. It's an enormous job to bring all these people together. Thank you. Yeah, it could be applause from the audience here. Thank you to you 4. We will meet. We can travel soon again. It was big pleasure for me. Now it's time to enjoy the evening, and let's have sweet dreams about Wangari Maathai. She was a beautiful lady and a big inspiration. Thanks and goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Ciao.
Ciao.
Can't